Evening. Welcome to the Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025 Planning Commission meeting. At this time, I will turn it over to Becky Pepper for the online and in-person instructions.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. Please silence your cell phones to minimize distraction during the meeting. When the chair calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raised hand function to indicate that they wish to speak during public comment. Once your name is called, please unmute and turn your camera on to provide your comments. Please state your name before speaking. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The primary format to access and participate in this meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access to view or participate in the meeting cannot be guaranteed. The chat function will not be monitored. If you have any trouble, the meeting can be viewed on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25.
Thank you, Becky. At this time, we'll move into any general meeting items. Jeff, is there any general business?
None this evening.
Okay. At this point, then, we will receive and approve any action summary for the minutes from October 22nd and September 22nd and 24th. Are there any motions regarding the meeting minutes? Do we want to do both at the same time, or do we need to take them individually?
I'd love to do them together, but however you want it.
Any,
I think we had different people at each of those two meetings, so I think we need to separate them. Okay.
I'll look for a motion for the September 22nd meeting. Approval of it? Second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor of approving the September 22nd, 2025 minutes, raise your hands. Anyone disapprove? Anyone abstain?
I'm going to abstain.
I'm sorry, Mike, I couldn't hear that. You what?
Abstain. Yeah.
Abstain.
I am abstaining.
Thank you. I will look for a motion for the September 24th meeting minutes. All right. Second?
Second.
All those in favor of approving the September 24th, 2025 meeting minutes, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
And I am abstaining from this one as well.
All right. The motion passes. Thank you. At this point, we will receive committee reports. We will start with the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Organization Policy Board.
We did not meet.
Okay. We will move into the North Lawrence Comprehensive Corridor Study Report.
We have yet to meet.
We've yet to meet, but we have been contacted that we are looking to set our first meeting at the beginning of November. I think it's a corridor study that will have been, a lot of people have been appointed from different governing bodies, and I think at this point all of those appointments have been made, and we're moving into hopefully our first meeting at the beginning of November. So, Jeff, are there any communications from the public?
We did have a request from the applicant on item number 3, requesting deferral of the item. You remember this was deferred at your last meeting. The applicant is still working on the item and unfortunately had plans that didn't quite materialize in the way they anticipated, so they would request another deferral if you would entertain.
Look for a motion for deferral. Okay.
Until the next available planning commission meeting.
Right. So we have a motion pending to move item number 3 until to the next available planning commission meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion?
Didn't this defer once last time?
This is deferred a couple times, actually, at least last month and maybe the month before.
Correct. It was deferred a few times before it arrived at you, and it was deferred last month because the applicant was still working on an item that didn't materialize.
This is a deferral at the applicant's request.
Yeah, correct.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of deferral? Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion passes. Are there any, this time I guess we'll receive written action of any waiver requests or determinations made by the city engineer?
None this evening, and also we have no written communications from staff, planning commissioners, or other commissioners this evening.
Thank you. I was going to get to that one next. Thank you. Are there any disclosures of ex parte communications for any of the items that are on our agenda this evening?
Excuse me.
I don't have any disclosure of ex parte communications, but I just wanted to recognize that I believe for item number 2, there's a CUP 250002. Grant Township has provided public comment on that, and I am on the Grant Township board, but I did not participate in any discussions that they had about that, and I did not receive that public comment until the rest of us received it in our packet. So I just wanted to be clear about that. And then on item number 5, I don't have any. Or 5, I think it is. I don't have any specific ex parte communication to disclose regarding the comprehensive plan amendment, but over the last 8 months, I have had conversations, I think, regarding development in that area, and there's not anything that I know of or to add, because I think part of ex parte communications is just to inform anybody if I heard anything great that would be helpful in the decision, and everything I've heard has been in there, and I don't remember all of the meetings I've had about this particular thing over the last 8 months, sorry. Just wanted to say that. Okay, great. So any other ex parte communication disclosures? Okay. Any abstentions from any of the agenda items this evening? None? All right. And then now is the time for general public comment. So if you are here tonight to talk about something that is not on this evening's agenda, now would be the time to do that. Is there anyone here to speak this evening? Is there anyone online, Becky? I don't see anyone.
No, I'm not seeing anyone online indicating they wish to speak.
Okay, great. With that, then we will turn to item number 1, which is to consider a variance. Looks like Luke will present it for staff.
Okay, Kurt, is that?
Yeah, just hit begin slideshow and go to town.
Okay, good evening, Commissioners. Luke Mortensen, Planner of Planning and Development Services. Recognizing you've got a bear of a meeting in front of you, I will move through this as quickly as possible, given that it's a pretty standard item. We are looking at a variance request for the right-of-way width associated with an in-process minor subdivision replat. So as you all know, minor subdivisions are typically administrative, except for requests to vary from the subdivision regulations. So we are up at North 7th Street and Locust Street in North Lawrence. The highlighted parcels are 2 existing parcels. The minor subdivision replat is in process to combine them. You may be familiar with this area as a rezoning to the M2 district, I believe. You've seen that here in the last few months. So this is just setting the scene a little bit. And on the right is the North 7th Street right-of-way looking north from Locust Street. So that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. So North 7th Street, north of Locust Street, is a collector street. And as you know, our subdivision regulations require 80 feet right-of-way for collector streets. This section of right-of-way actually varies in width. It exceeds 80 feet at the top, and then narrows down to almost 80 feet, but not quite, which is why we're here tonight at the bottom. So you're familiar with our review criteria. I'm going to rely on the analysis in the staff report, but can answer questions if you've got them. The long and the short of it is staff found that all 3 variance request criteria were met, and we also got a recommendation of approval from the city engineer to maintain the existing right-of-way width on September 30th. So to complete this, staff recommends approval of the variance request to reduce the right-of-way from 80 feet to 77.8 feet. That's associated with minor subdivision 22-00129. The next steps will be they'll wrap up the minor subdivision and then continue to work with staff on a in-process site plan.
Thank you, Luke. Is the applicant here tonight, and would the
Yes.
applicant like to address the Planning Commission?
Good evening, Paul Warner Architects. I've got nothing to add, but happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone from the public that is here to speak on this item tonight? Ricky, is there anyone online?
You're asking for like land? No. Okay, sorry, I just got here. So.
No, we're asking if there's anyone to speak on item number 1 on the agenda this evening. Yes.
No one online.
No one online. So no one in person and no one online. All right. So then we will move into the commission discussion on this item.
Seems perfectly reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay. So then I'll look for a motion.
I'll move that we approve the variance requested for a minor subdivision MS 22-00129 to reduce the right-of-way width required per section 20. Whoops. I've just lost my thing.
Yeah. I'm not sure. We were using the staff report or the yeah.
I was using it. I lost it. But anyway, reduce the required Collector Street right-of-way width from 80 feet to 77.8 feet, 60 feet as shown on the Locust 6th Street Addition minor subdivision replat drawing.
Is there a second? All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. The motion passes. We will move to item number 2. Considering approving a conditional use permit. Catherine?
Kurt, are you pulling that up or am I?
Was I the right one?
It's the CUP boat storage down in the corner. Thank you. Okay. All right, good evening. I'm Catherine Week, one of the planners in the planning office. One thing I want to note before I get started is in your staff report under the site review, there is a rogue sentence in there that I just want to bring your attention to if you noticed it, referencing 53 parking spaces. That is from a template from a different report, and even though several people looked at this, that didn't get caught, but the correct parking number in the staff report is directly after that sentence, which is 5 parking spaces. So I just want to point that out before we get started. Okay, so this is a request for a conditional use permit for boat and RV storage use at 1822 and 1828 East 1450 Road. This is the general location where it is. It is just north of I-70 along that northern Midland corridor coming in from the north to the city. So a couple of key points about this before we get going. The application is for boat and RV storage use. This use is only permitted in the AG2 district, which this is zoned, via an approved conditional use permit. The property is currently 2 parcels. The site plan that accompanies the request for the conditional use permit would encompass both of those parcels. They are not proposing to combine or consolidate those parcels at this time, but that could be something that would be done in the future with expansion. This particular site plan associated with this request does take that into account. The layout of their proposal does respect the current configuration of the lot lines for setbacks and such, but it would also comply in the future if it is replatted or a certificate of surveyed to combine those parcels. So I just want to make that note. So this is the existing zoning at this location. The parcels in question are highlighted in a teal color blue. They are currently AG2. They are surrounded on the north and the east by agricultural zoning. And then south and west is primarily industrial. That purple designation along that corridor is primarily industrially zoned. There is some open space just south of that that is technically in the city limits, that little pocket there. And then there is some commercial zoning just to the south of that. So that gives you kind of the layout of the zoning in this area. This is the current way the properties are being utilized for their uses. The green is designating what is still under agricultural uses. These two properties or parcels currently are zoned residential, and that is how, or Ag 2, but they have residential uses on the property. Each one has an existing residence on it. As part of this proposal, one of those residences would be removed. There are two access points to those existing parcels. Those would also be removed, and a current code-compliant access point towards the central portion of the property would accommodate the remaining residents and the conditional use permit for boat storage to the east behind that residence. And again, the uses to the south and west are industrial in nature, and then the uses to the north, the east, and across the corridor on the other side of the tracks is also agricultural. So one thing I want to note on this particular property also is that there are provisions in the zoning regulations for sensitive lands. Part of those sensitive lands by definition are prime agriculture lands, and this property doesn't encompass both Class 1 and Class 2 ag soils. So we'll talk about that in a minute with some of the conditions on the CUP and as part of the requirements for review. So again, this property is zoned AG2. The use is only permitted via an approved conditional use permit. I want to remind you that conditional use permits are a discretionary process. They're not by right, so they do have to get a recommendation from the Planning Commission, and then they have to go on and get approved by the County Commission. The use is for boat and RV storage use. The applicant has noted that this location does make sense based on the route towards Perry Lake, coming into town, kind of dropping boats and RVs off before you enter city limits. That is part of the proposal. There's, as I mentioned, two existing residential uses on the property. One of those will remain, and one of the existing ones will be removed. And again, the two parcel in nature would potentially be consolidated in the future, but is not being consolidated at this time. And one other thing I want to mention is there is a drainage study associated with this particular conditional use permit. That was a requirement from the county. The county also requested that the city take a look at that drainage study because it is adjacent to an area that does have significant drainage issues feeding into the city's infrastructure. Both entities, the county engineer and the city stormwater engineer, did approve the drainage study. Unfortunately, county staff is not available to be with us tonight because they are all at a county commission meeting as well right now. So the scope of what I can answer on the drainage study, if those questions come up, is that both entities have approved it. They have approved it based on the fact that it is making an improvement in an area that currently has drainage issues, and it is serving not only this property but multiple properties. So it's helping with multiple properties in that area, and that's about the scope of what I can answer as far as the drainage study goes, because that's out of my expertise. What we are reviewing when we're looking at a conditional use permit is whether or not it complies with the zoning regulations. Currently, this property is in compliance with zoning regulations as far as as far as the use goes, being residential on an AG2 parcel. The conditional use permit would permit, if approved, would permit the use that they're proposing. A compatibility with zoning and use of nearby property. This particular property is kind of in a unique location in that it's adjacent to a significant corridor into the city limits. It is flanked by both industrial uses, or an industrial node, and agricultural uses on the other side. So it's kind of between both types of uses. It could be compatible with the character of the neighborhood. The particular use is being proposed to be towards the east portion of the property, which is behind the existing residential use. So it is substantially away from neighboring properties or view from right-of-way as you're coming in and out. So it could potentially be compatible with that character of the neighborhood. It does kind of fit some of the other uses that are happening adjacent to that property, which are industrial nature. You know, they have deliveries coming in and out. This is a fairly low impact type of use in that people come, park their vehicle or boat, and then leave. We look at suitability for uses permitted in the current district, or in the current zoning. As I mentioned, what is happening on the site now, the residence is permitted in the AG2 district. So currently, the suitability for the property and what is happening on there now is in conformance with what zoning would permit. If there are significant impacts to the natural environment, as I mentioned, there are some sensitive lands on this particular property, those being the agricultural soils. There are requirements in the zoning regulations when those properties have, by definition, those sensitive lands. There's an up to 40% set aside for those property. It doesn't specify where or how that property should be set aside, just that it meets the requirements up to 40%. The applicant has indicated on the site plan that they do have enough area to meet that, and has noted it on the site plan. Whether or not it's conformance with that comprehensive plan and other adopted plans, this is in that northeast area sector plan. This particular parcel, however, is not in the plan. So this was one of those unique parcels that at one point was annexed into the city, and then it was de-annexed. It was annexed to get water service and de-annexed when that did not happen. So when that plan was created, this particular parcel was not included in the plan for what a future use would be, because it was actually in the city limit at the time of the plan. So it's kind of a little island anomaly in the sea of a planned area where this particular parcel didn't have a designated use. Whether or not there's an appropriateness for a time limit, we're going to talk about the conditions in a minute. There are 8 conditions that staff has outlined as being recommended for this particular CUP. I want to make a note about 2 of the conditions. The first one being that the drainage plan would be approved by the City of Lawrence prior to release for permitting. That condition has already been satisfied, so it would not necessarily need to carry forward in the recommendation because they have already satisfied that condition. And then condition number 8, I wanted to note that staff did not originally have this condition in the staff report. Staff was recommending just every 5-year review, because typically if there's a future expansion of a CUP or this type of use, they would have to come back to the commission anyway for a modification, basically a new CUP for that expansion of use. The county requested the condition be added that the permit would expire in 10 years. And I think the applicant is probably going to talk to you about that condition because I'm not sure that they're on board with that condition 8. So there may be some discussion there. I think that is it. We can go into detail on some of the criteria if you would like, or if you need some context. This is a general layout for that site plan that is associated with the conditional use permit. And it is also, I believe, in your packet. I think we discussed most of this. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission forward onto the Board of County Commissioners a recommendation of approval based on the findings in the staff report and subject to the conditions that are listed in the report, minus the one that has already been satisfied, if you so choose to. I mean, you can leave it in there because it's already satisfied, or you can remove it. That's up to you. This is a list of conditions if we need to go over those, but that's all I have at the moment.
Wonderful. Thank you, Catherine.
Okay. And I'm going to stop sharing. If we need to pull it back up, we can.
Okay. Thank you. Does the applicant want to address the commission?
Good evening. Thanks again. Thanks, Catherine. Yeah, Catherine and I, we've got a lot of work in on this one. I think we started in February. But anyway, so boat and RV storage may not be the most glamorous thing, but everybody who's been on I-70 and you get to Lecompton and you look to the right can see the man that is busting at the seams, he's out of space. So it seems like there's a need for more boat and RV storage. When we started this seems like a pretty good location. The owner also owns all the property to the south of it. So it seemed to make sense. We have all learned a great deal about the new Maple Grove drainage area and the things that need to be fixed. So I'll get to that in a second. Again, happy with the report. Catherine is right. We will be talking about condition 8 here in a minute, but I'll make it easy on you. If you're looking at the report, the drainage study, and the letters from the one township and the neighbor, page 42 of the report, it might be one of the longest drainage studies we've ever done, so I hope you didn't read it all. But page 42 shows what we're actually doing, exactly what the neighbors to the north have kind of asked for. We're not doing a berm, but we're regrading our property to have a ditch along the north property line to drain all of the water on our land to the east. The drainage, I don't want to scare you, the drainage detention pond, it's maybe one of the biggest ones we've ever done area-wise, certainly not volume, because it's really shallow the way the city and county engineers want this thing to drain. So it's approximately a 4-acre detention pond, but it's only like a foot deep. So it's just to take the water really slow to the east to the floodway. So as Catherine mentioned, this will take care of both of these properties, plus all 5 of the lots just to south of it, of the Maple Grove Industrial Park. So on one hand, I mean, we feel like we are, CFS engineers have done a great job. I mean, we put a lot of time in this. And as Catherine mentioned, both city and county stormwater engineers have approved this. So we think this is the right answer. We think now's the time to do it. I want this to sound right. It also, I mean, the way to get this done is for this project to get approved. So if the project doesn't get approved, this pond probably doesn't get built, and it just remains the same way as currently as it does today. But so we put a lot of time into it. We think it works really well. So the conditions, Catherine's right. Condition 8, we just don't get it. Condition 7 says the CUP will be reviewed every 5 years. That sounds great. That's pretty typical of the other CUPs we've done. I don't see why they would want it to expire, and I don't know why somebody would really, I don't think we've ever accepted a condition like that. I mean, my client's probably lucky enough that it probably isn't an issue with a bank, but going to a bank and financing a project to go build all of this that's going to expire in 10 years, that really doesn't happen. So on one hand, we'd really like condition 8 removed, and it just the CUP gets revisited every 5 years. And in 10 years or something may change out there. You know, we're doing a big study on the whole corridor, so who knows what all that's going to entail. But just having it go away blanketly for no apparent reason other than expiring just doesn't seem to fit. So those are my big points. I can talk more, but I'm happy to answer any questions or see if there's any public comment.
Thank you. If we have any questions, we'll ask.
All right, thank you.
Yes. Is there any public item or public comment on this item here tonight? Is there anyone here tonight to speak on this item? Is there anyone online to speak on? There's somebody here.
Commissioners, thank you. My name is Scott Thellman. I'm a first-generation farmer and owner of Juniper Hill Farms, Pines Garden Market, and Sunflower Provisions, all located within the Kaw River Valley. I farm in the Kaw River Valley and live at 1927 East 1300 Road, and I'm here asking you to deny UP 25-0002. Last month, during the Bluffs Drive discussion, Commissioner Rexroad said, our job is to apply the standards we have, not bend them because an applicant wants us to. I completely agree. This CUP asks you to bend multiple adopted plans and values that our community's supposed to be the guiding documents within our community. First, This entire project, including the off-site detention basin, sits on prime Class 2 agricultural soils, officially designated as environmentally sensitive lands. Converting food-producing soil into a commercial parking lot and a permanent detention basin directly conflicts with Plan 2040, the Northeast Sector Plan, the Food System Plan, and the recently adopted Open Space Plan. Those plans all prioritize preserving prime farmland for agriculture, not storage lots. Second, this is industrial creep. The applicant is leapfrogging a commercial use into an agriculturally zoned land by way of a CUP. Yes, there is industrial zoning to the south within the city limits of Lawrence, but this site is zoned AG2 and borders actively farmed AG1 ground outside of the city limits. If you allow this use here, you set a precedent that commercial and storage uses are acceptable in agricultural zones. As asked last month, where do we stop? If you say yes here, you lose the ability to say no later. Third, the stormwater plan is piecemealed and relies on drainage easements that do not yet exist. There's no recorded easement for the detention basin, and the project increases impervious surface by 2,500% within the area of the CUP. Last month, this commission stressed that infrastructure must be certain, in writing, and in place, not hypothetical. And in the Kaw River Valley, detention basins fail regularly. The Sod Shop Basin 1 mile north still holds water year-round despite being engineered not to. That's the reality in the Kaw River Valley, not a model. Finally, the burden of proof is on the applicant, and they've not shown that this is the highest and best use of this land, or that surrounding farms, drainage systems, and neighbors will be protected. When public risks are high and the private benefit is narrow, you should not be asked to gamble. Commissioners, if character of the area, infrastructure certainty, and zoning integrity mattered on Bluffs Drive, it should matter here. This is a taking of farmland, plain and simple. For the sake of the Kaw River Valley soils, our food system, and the integrity of the comprehensive plans that are supposed to guide these decisions, please recommend denial of this CUP. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment here tonight in person? Becky, anything online?
No, I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay, thank you. Does the applicant have a response?
Yeah, just a few things. I mean, we are leaving 40% of the land on these two parcels untouched. It's not farmed today. Really, I struggle understanding the Class 1 and Class 2 soils map that shows all of the ground to the south of this as Class 1 and Class 2. It's been built for 24 years of an industrial park, so I'm not quite sure how that fits. The owner of all of this also farms about roughly, I don't want to get the number wrong, 80 acres of this ground to the east on both sides of the floodway. So on one hand, I feel like he farms farmland when it's meant to be farmed, and we're not sure this is. But again, neither one of these two properties are farmed today, and feeling the owner is taking care of the farmland that should be taken care of, and that's what he does on the 80 acres to the east. And again, you guys know the process to get the city and county stormwater engineers to sign off on our stormwater plan. They don't do that if they aren't confident that it's going to work. So we feel very good about it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion.
Well, I have a question.
Yes.
Mr. Warner, is this ground part of the Northeast study that is going to be starting in November?
It is. In my understanding, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other discussion?
Before you, I waited
up and down.
just till I saw you get over
Sat
there.
down.
So, condition number 8 is the 10 years, and, excuse me, if I'm correct, the county is unable to speak to that tonight.
They are all at county commission tonight. So that was their suggestion to add that condition, which we added. So
Do we know why? Do you know why?
I don't know why.
since that is an unusual request, I am thinking there must be some foundation for that, and yet we won't know tonight.
We won't know tonight. I mean, we're pretty easy to be found. I really would love to have heard from somebody, or if I had known it was just the county that came up with that, I would have contacted Chad Voigt or Tanya Voigt or somebody over at the county. I mean, to be fair, as Catherine mentioned, this goes to the Board of County Commissioners. So we're gonna get to discuss it there one way or the other. I mean, I would really rather have them ask to add it at that point, or at least we can discuss it. There should be some way to acknowledge that, depending on what you guys are thinking. But I mean, that is, to just have it expire. I mean, I don't want to give everybody an easy out, but at least if the owner was storing a bunch of stuff he isn't supposed to be doing, then that is at least a reason to discuss it, or argue about something he's not going to be doing. But just to have it expire for no reasoning just doesn't seem fair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything
So
else?
just to clarify, so you'd be okay if we voted on this and have the discussion at the county commission?
I would.
You'd be okay with the conditions as is right now, and then?
I mean, I'd rather have you take it off and
Right, but since we don't know why it was put on, I don't know that,
or at least acknowledge that.
Yeah.
When we get there,
Yeah.
it should be discussed.
And
Yeah.
condition was added and you just learned about it?
I saw it in the report when we were supposed to be here, I think a month ago. And Catherine and I never hooked up, but I mean, to be fair, just to sound right, Catherine wrote the report. I didn't know it came from the county. I would have tracked somebody down in the last month and tried to get an answer. Figured we'd discuss it tonight and that somebody would have a reasoning why. I mean, we've done several other CUPs. We don't do a ton of them, but I don't think anyone we've ever done has that condition, because we'd be having the same discussion we're having today. That, and especially, like I said, if you were going to finance this project or something, I mean, a bank isn't going to loan you money for a metal building that you can't use in 10 years. So that's our argument for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion? More
I have
questions?
one more question. Catherine, you say that the zoning is correct, but the zoning does not just automatically approve these uses. These uses so they're not a matter of right. They're discretionary.
Correct. That's what I said at the beginning.
Based on the approvals of
Correct.
the Planning Commission and recommendations to the County Commission.
That's correct. It's like an SUP in the city. It's a conditional use, and it's a discretionary item. It is not a by right item. So, yeah.
It is those specifically called out as allowable in AG2 with a CUP.
Only with an approved
Yeah.
CUP, yes.
Not by right, though, yeah.
Not by right.
And Catherine, this farm ground is not currently farmed, is it? I mean,
Not to my knowledge. The applicant would have more info about that, but it appears to be just 2 residences and some storage buildings currently. There's appears to be no agricultural use going on the property, but again, the applicant
Can
would
you,
know more.
if with your permission, could you speak a little bit about, let's say this is approved and this 4-acre retention pond is put in place, and to Mr. Thelman's point, it doesn't behave the way we thought it was going to. What remedies do we have?
So one of the conditions, so it is, because it is not on these parcels itself, even though it is owned by the same property owner, that could change in the future. Someone, could decide to sell off 1 or 2 or the larger farmland parcel. one of the conditions is that there would be a recorded easement showing that area that is designated as the drainage or detention area, so that if for some reason in the future those properties do separate and are not owned under one entity, that drainage still is there in conformance with the approved drainage study.
That's great. So it protects it from any land transfer, but what if the design's wrong? What if we did our best and we got it wrong and it doesn't work and Charlie's Chestnuts is getting flooded? What remedies do we have to go back and say, this has got to be changed?
I'm not sure I could answer that. It's a drainage study. That
I can tell you there's a approved engineer drainage was done for the property north of here, the sod shop. I think Chestnut Charlie may reference it, and it was to be a detention pond, and it has never actually worked the way that it was designed and approved to work. It holds water year round. I think it was said in public comment. But it hasn't worked the way that the engineers thought that it would work. And I think part of that has to do with the uniqueness of just that drainage district, the soils that are there, and the way that things drain. They just don't model out on a computer model the same way. And so I think that really causes me actually a lot of concern because on paper, it may sound like Chestnut Charlie's not going to get flooded, but I still have serious concerns about it. And knowing that there's not been any remedy or change in that detention pond, right, for these years, what is the remedy to be if it didn't work? And when we haven't seen that in Grant Township, that anyone would come back and make it work the way they said that it was going to work. So that is a concern of mine.
I guess I didn't realize that a detention pond was, in its design and nature, was supposed to drain. I thought it was supposed to hold water.
I could have my terminology wrong. There's a detention and there's retention, and I could have the terminology wrong, but I know the one we're speaking about for these properties is to drain, and that it does not drain.
So could I ask Paul to just kind of lean in on that
Of course.
a little bit, and the remedy question? So
I mean, one hand, that surprises me that, I think a call to Chad or Boyd or something would get them out there. I mean, to your point, we model this stuff and we all think it's going to work. I think it still comes down to it. If it's not working, it would go back. I mean, it's similar. We have site plan performance agreements or things like that, I think the county in this case would still have the power to look at the owner and say, hey, cool, you paid for this or whatever, you built it and it's not working, you need to fix it. And I think they have that authority. So, and you are correct. So the ponds, this pond is supposed to hold as much water as we can and then release it slower into the floodway so it's not hitting it all at one time. But that's the plan. I mean, 4 acres a foot deep, and then it goes away slowly and goes, gets absorbed by the soil based on where it's at. So.
But the remedy would be with the county coming out and doing something about it. It's not really a remedy for the neighbor, for Chestnut Charlie down the way. I think that's what some of the public comment. He was concerned about his farm. Yeah, he filed the public comment, and it's his farm that might be most directly affected. So,
but our water is not going north. So, I mean, our water from this will be heading directly east from all of this property. To be fair, it probably does go north now, just because of the contours that were mentioned in the letter. That's the way it goes, and we're probably 4 feet higher than the farm 600 feet away. So, yeah.
I think
that helps.
I think it might be able to help a little bit on this instance. While it's not something that we usually do, is very similar example is if something like this was to happen in the city, code compliance would go out, take a look at it. If they found it was not performing, they'd go through the process of getting with the owner to get it into the performance to either meet what was drawn on the site plan or on the detailed drawings, or the applicant has a choice to come in and redesign it and submit that and go through the process to have it reworked in some capacity. So it's not uncommon. You see this, the detention, you're right on detention and retention. And so sometimes that does occur. And what will happen on projects in the city, and I would assume very similarly in the county, is if code compliance is notified, they're going to go out, they're going to take a look, make sure it is designed and meeting what is supposed to be on the drawings. And if it's not, they're going to work to get it corrected or find an avenue to get a correction in place. So while it's not something that normally occurs very frequently, it does happen over time. And it just, you can do a very good best guess, and sometimes you do have to go out and kind of retool or adjust some things. But it's usually a code compliance item after the fact, not related necessarily to the CUP at the upfront.
Jeff, can I ask you a clarifying question on that? As it pertains to like a CUP and the review every 5 years, if the plan that was drawn, the detention pond that is there, and they review it on the 5-year renewal and they don't see that it's meeting the recommendations, is that a cause for, I see head shaking, is that something that would then be reviewed and the owner would have to fix it, or they would lose the right for that CUP, or how would that work?
You would definitely go out and take a look at the 5-year, and it may not necessarily rise to the cause to jeopardize the CUP, but it would be noted as a correction that would be needed or a violation that needs to be addressed, and then going forward working on that. That's a very similar thing you see with a lot of CUPs. Is over time something may have shifted or changed, and they have a little bit of a correction to do.
That's why the county likes to add that 5-year review period, so that they can go in and check those things and make sure that it is performing as was drawn on the site plan and any associated studies that were with that site.
So in theory, there would be 2 potential layers of protection: the CUP 5-year review and a potential code review if somebody were to complain.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Chair, go ahead, Sharon. Go ahead.
Paul, I waited again to you.
That's all right.
So are you saying that this 4-acre detention pond is not just for the storage units, it is for all of the other properties that are there? Is that what you were saying?
It is. It's for these 2 parcels, and it's for all of the industrial property to the south of these 2 parcels.
And if this is not approved, then the CUP is not approved, there will, at least the detention pond will not be looked at to help mitigate water issues on the farm.
So, yes, so if this were not approved, we have other projects on that industrial park that we would we'd redo the drainage study to make it smaller to just handle the water that we need to handle for those other properties. Does that make sense? And we would leave this out of the mix if we're not going to build this.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But right now, our plan, and why we sized it as big as it is, because it takes care of both these parcels and all of the industrial ground to the south of it.
I had a question. Earlier it was raised that about currently being farmed. Living near this property, I've seen it being worked for quite some time. A lot of work being done on that property. So it's not currently being farmed. When was the last time any portion of it, like a chunk of it, was any of it being farmed?
So of these 2 parcels, I think our owner, all he's been doing is cleaning it up. I should have brought some old aerials. I think if you went by it, I mean, there's 2 houses there, but a ton of just, railroad cargo containers and old sheds and stuff. And it was, it's just overgrown and stuff, and never been, as far as I know, it's never been farmed.
Okay, but even before this owner,
Yes.
right, before this owner, when was the last time part of it was being farmed? Because
I don't know. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know.
How long has he owned it?
Year and a half, maybe. Yeah. We thought it was, like I said, he owned all the ground to the south and thought it was a really good idea. He's been watching all this RV and boat storage stuff, and still thought it was a good idea. Still think it fits. It is an industrial type area. If we were jumping another piece of land, I'd probably have a little different argument, but being right next to it and stuff, it seems to make sense.
Catherine, do you know when it was last farmed? I think I know it's been changed hands relatively recently. So in the last couple of years, right? And the residents were vacant for a long time, and then it's changed hands, and there's been a lot of cleanup and whatnot. But I believe there's been some farm activity in the last 5 years or so on this property.
I don't know definitively, but based on the aerial photos, when we first looked at it during the pre-application meetings, it does not look like it has been farmed for a significant amount of time. I don't know what that year would be. It's very overgrown and has a lot of clutter.
I would agree with that. And to add, because you mentioned the houses, one of the main reasons we're getting rid of the house to the north is I don't think it has been lived in for a very long time, and it probably shouldn't be lived in for a very long time. It made it an easy decision to combine the both properties. We have to make one of the houses go away because we couldn't have two houses on one parcel. So it was an easier answer when the one to the north is in such bad shape that you can't live in it. The one to the south is occupied.
It wasn't the one to the north just recently remodeled?
The one to the south has had some work on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, I'm thinking
The one to
the one to the north, I think. Catherine, do you happen to know the prior owners? Did they remodel that one to the north?
I do not. I will say, too, that these parcels are a little bit misleading in that they're very narrow and very linear towards the east. And so some of that area that may have looked like it was being tilled or farmed may actually be on that 80-acre parcel that's behind it.
Okay. I just watched that house go from being empty to kind of being remodeled. The one on the north, the White House,
Probably shouldn't say
certainly
that.
seemed like it had been
wrong.
recently remodeled.
One of the houses they have worked on, so I may be wrong on which one of the houses. So you may know better than me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have got to assume that the city and the county both approving the detention pond that will be built is accurate. They're saying, yes, this will facilitate all of the water that's there.
Correct.
North Lawrence has historically had problems with water, and now the big study that's going to start November 1st, is it? Is that when this study starts?
The corridor.
The corridor,
Corridor
yes.
study, yes.
I mean, it's technically been started. Like the committee itself will kind of start looking at it. They've hired, the city has hired a consultant firm, and it's been in the works for a while.
Been in the works for a while, but it's only about a week old.
So I don't want to quote the acreage wrong, but so the Maple Grove, so that the floodway where that creek is, I mean, it's something substantial, 1,000 acres or something that drains through that area. And as of right now, this property isn't so bad, but yes, the industrial park to the south of it, I don't know if somebody would say we got lucky 24 years, 25 years ago. There is no detention. It wasn't required. The rules change. It was actually in the floodplain when we started, and 25 years ago, if you're in the floodplain, they don't want you to detain the water. They want you to let it go and get it into the creek as quick as you can, because if you're detaining the water, then when the other parcels are releasing their water, then you actually are creating a log jam. 25 years later, the property to the south isn't in the floodplain anymore. Even these two parcels aren't in the floodplain. God love FEMA. They change the maps every day, and I'm not sure the earth has changed. But so all of this is not in the floodplain. So actually makes them part of the reason why they want to create a detention or retention pond now, and then let that release into the floodway so that the floodway is not overwhelmed at a different time. But again, I think that's why the engineers were looking at it, because right now there's no detention for that entire industrial area at all, because it wasn't required 25 years ago.
I don't,
Go ahead.
I don't necessarily believe that one decision we make compels us to make the same decision on another property, but we have asked in the past, just because something is not being farmed does not mean that it is not farmland. And so I have pause since I think the comprehensive plan tries to make farmland, agricultural land kind of sacrosanct, and the more we chip away at it, little piece at a time, I have difficulty with that. I have some concern. Do we need boat and trailer storage in around here? Yes. I mean, I agree with that. Is this the right place for it? Obviously, the owner thinks it is. I would, even number 8, I would have a difficult time taking that out of here without knowing why it was put in here. So I think that taking care of all the properties to the south that are there with this 4-acre detention, I think that is a great thing. I hated to hear you say, Charlie, we're not going to do it.
I didn't want to.
I know, and because that does cause a problem that starts up here, ends up causing problems for others down below, even though it's only 4 feet lower, if I recall correctly.
If it does help, I mean, I struggled. So these 2 parcels, I mean, I think we're talking about 7 acres, and we are leaving 40% of it alone. Like I said, and maybe we got lucky with the same owner farming 80 acres next to it. So when I see him, same guy out here farming 80 acres of farmland, 7 acres, do I worry about, the 4 acres that we're developing and 3 acres we're leaving alone? That makes it a little easier for me to get over the 40%, if that makes sense about the farmland.
Charlie, I would say mathematically, the section, if you didn't do anything with the homes that are there, like if the land just stays as it is, the sections behind the homes equal roughly 4 acres by my math. That's all that's like air quotes, farmable in that area. If you add in those additional, you only get an extra 2.5-ish.
Yeah, no, that's
is my math,
yeah,
like
it's close
on footage. And so we're talking less than 8 or 9 total acres of land that's already attached to commercial and hasn't been farmed, from what I can see on aerial in the last 10 years, minimum. Now, that's not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying I don't see this as like prime farmland that is like we're losing it to the ether purely and simply because it's gone. I think it's a couple of acres that go into a commercial area that already exists.
My
Sorry if I cut you
question
off.
is,
No,
this is really a transitional area, and it will be precedent setting as a transitional area, and it would seem to me that it might be wise to let the study that this land is part of go ahead and complete, because all of the pressure for development and farming is one that we feel in Douglas County constantly. And I think we have an opportunity to come closer to getting a fuller understanding when the study is completed. And it is only a small portion, and that perhaps these owners can find some RV and boat storage to take care of them for a little while until the study is completed, and then come back and talk about it.
Can I ask a question about that? So we're starting the 1st of November. What's the planned finish time of that study, and when it's published and approved through all the different bodies?
I can't tell you. It would be a city commission.
Theoretically, if it stays on track, would be probably this time next year, but that would not include any kind of code or text amendment changes that would incur to the city or the county zoning code. So that may be multiple years down the line beyond that. I don't know what the outcome of the study would be, but typically on the heels of a study like this, you would see some code changes that may be recommended or considered, and that may be a few years after the study's even completed.
So it's an indefinite period of time, but longer than a year.
It could.
It's a long time to wait on a commercial project.
I agree.
I think part of it too, that we have to remember that there was a study done, right? The North Lawrence drainage study was done, and before development came into this area, infrastructure was supposed to be put into place, and there's been a lot of development and industry come in without having all that infrastructure put in, and I think I'm new to the corridor study, so I don't know, but I think part of the impetus of having this study was to be able to look at that North Lawrence drainage study that was done so long ago and to figure out the best, not just the best use of this land, but also how all those things, the Northeast Sector Plan, the drainage study, and new ideas fit together. And so it's not just simply about waiting a year for a commercial project, but in fact making sure it's done correctly
I understand.
when it's done.
I hope you guys meet twice a week, because it sounds like we need to get it done.
Just
I
a
think
brief
so.
comment on that. So,
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I can't let you unless you're asked, but someone might have a question for you.
Chelsea, I have a question.
Oh, well, okay.
And this, I think it ties into a little bit of what everybody has said. As Charlie brought up, we all know the historical problems of water and drainage and flooding in North Lawrence. And as has been noted by you and by public comment about the retention pond that doesn't drain, and that we have I don't want to doubt the people that did the drainage study. They are the experts, not me. But for that 4 acres, and I guess this will be a question to the applicant, the 4-acre pond, how does that relate to how many acres, if this were to be developed the way it's planned, in the total area that drainage pond is supposed to help, the 5 different parcels, how much impervious ground will we have total? How many acres of impervious ground because of what's there now and what will come with the buildings and the parking lots?
So in the 2 parcels that are in front of you tonight, we are planned for 68,000 square feet of buildings, which is roughly 1.5 acres on a roughly 9-acre parcel, if that answers your question.
Well, but what about parking or gravel, or what is in as this 4 acres is supposed to help the other areas as well? What's the total? It's going to be more than 1.8 or 1.
Oh, I'd hate to quote how much. I mean,
is it more than 4 acres?
There is
Less?
There is more than 4 acres to the south that already has impervious surface. I mean, there's a street, there's several buildings, there's parking lots. It is a developed industrial park, zoned IL in the county, approved site plans. I mean, the whole thing, meeting all of the requirements at the time.
So in the study that you undertook, where did the 4-acre amount for a drainage pond come from?
So that's a calculation on the amount of impervious surface from all of this area for at a 10-year storm and a 100-year storm. And they run it through a model to figure out the volume of water we need to detain. And that's where the 4-acre pond came from. I mean, that is a substantial detention pond.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
Yep.
Hey, Paul, just a question. So from what you presented, it sounds like water is currently flowing north, correct? I mean, there is water
It
flowing.
appears from the existing grades and looking at the picture that I think there is water coming off this property and heading north.
So what you're proposing is going to mitigate that, correct?
Correct. We are putting a swale in along our entire north property line to
Okay.
capture the water and direct it to the east.
Okay, and you said what you're doing is going to help 5 properties.
Correct.
Was that a requirement that you do that, or why are you doing that? Why?
So the same owner owns the other properties.
I see.
And we're working on those as well.
I see.
So it's just kind of a snowball effect. And
I see,
he
I see.
still has vacant ground there
I
and
see.
want to do the right thing and
Okay.
fix it all at once so we can use it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments?
I don't have any other questions. Just some comments.
I think we're done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bring it back to the commission for discussion.
I've been back and forth on this one tonight, but I think I'm leaning towards approval and for a couple of things. First and primarily, I do agree with staff's work and opinion that this meets the criteria for this kind of a decision. I don't find any fault across those criteria. It improves the drainage across the area, which is, it's not nothing, it's a material thing, and in an area with chronic water problems, I'd like to see that improvement. I agree with the observation, though, that this does represent, creep, industrial creep, commercial creep, north and just immediately north of this is tilled farm ground. And I can't really go to protecting that particular piece. I'm only looking at this one right here that isn't being farmed, is owned by someone who owns an industrial park south of that and intends to use it for something other than agriculture. But I also recognize that this particular use, boat and RV storage, the places you can put that are limited. There's only so many places they can go, which is one of the reasons why it's available as a land use in AG2 with a CUP that's consistent here. For those reasons, I'm leaning towards approval of this. I would say now that I understand the concerns about a 10-year time limit on the CUP. Holy cow. I'd be hard-pressed to make an investment if I thought that might be pulled. At the same time, I don't want there to be any limitation on the inspections of performance in the CUP because I do have concerns about water.
Yeah.
And I want to make absolutely sure that as this thing goes, that there's not something that gets by that is unintentionally hurting the neighbors. That's my 2 cents.
I agree. I think number 7 is an extremely important condition to the CUP in order to give that extra layer of protection. The 10-year, I would be in favor, or the number 8, excuse me, I'd be in favor of requesting the county to remove that unless they had really good reason to keep it. It seems pretty tough.
I have one more question for staff. May I ask them?
Of course.
Catherine, are there any zoning codes in which, as a matter of right, RV and boat storage can be had?
I do not have that in front of me, but I can see if I can find it real quick. You have it? So it is permitted in the limited business district, the general business district, limited industrial and general industrial, and the Big Springs Community District by right.
And we already have some industrial zoning right next to this land, is that correct?
Yep.
So that one way they could have a matter of right to do what they want to do in this land would be to rezone to one of those categories rather than use the CUP.
That would be a possible, yes. I mean, a rezoning request is a little more permanent than a conditional use permit, so that, we would have to review that and see if that would be appropriate at that location.
So, thank you.
think as to just the time appropriateness, I think if county staff felt like they had a good reason for the 10 years especially in light of all of the issues with other projects with detention ponds that they've approved in that area that haven't worked exactly the way they thought, with the study going on and whatnot, the appropriateness of the time, I think seems like a reasonable request. I understand the economic concern about it. I understand the potential to not be able to get a loan or something based on that. But as far as the idea of land use and how do we evaluate the use of this land under a CUP, because a CUP is very different than having zoning. Rezoning would go through a completely different process. It would look at different, we have to think kind of in some ways, you have to think a lot harder about a rezoning. And so I hate to see us thinking of conditional use permits and then treating them as though the land has been rezoned. And so it seems like the appropriateness of the time limit, at least, I would hope that we wouldn't take that out this evening, especially since county staff isn't here to explain why. But I'm leaning towards voting against this for some of the other reasons as we can discuss later. But I think the appropriateness of the time certainly seems reasonable.
I wasn't suggesting that we remove that. I was making that comment for the county should it see this item. That my thought was, boy, that's some questions about it that makes it tough commercially. But I'm with Commissioner Thomas. I don't know why they put it in, and because I don't know why they put it in, I'm reluctant to just say no.
I'm going to I'm going to vote against this. And primarily I'm going to vote against it because if this came as a zoning issue, it would allow all of the neighbors the opportunity to protest it. Using a CUP avoids the opportunity to protest. It avoids the same kind of review of, is this a good land use or not? But I think primarily the protest is critically important, particularly in a transitional area and particularly in an area where there are drainage concerns. I don't understand. How were people denied an opportunity to speak out and concern? They're not denied an opportunity to speak, but there is a legal process for people who live around the area. If they disagree with a decision or a recommendation for approval, they can then go to the next level and require a supermajority vote.
Like through a protest petition?
Yes.
Just as a point of order, protest petitions are eligible under a CUP.
Oh, are they really?
Thank you.
And are they eligible in terms of the same kind of neighbors getting to file a petition right after a planning commission meeting?
Yep. It pretty much mirrors the language for rezoning, if I'm remembering correctly.
All right. Well, thank you for the correction, and I apologize for being wrong with that.
That's why we keep him around.
Oh, it's important.
Well, I appreciate the attempt to take care of water problems.
Yeah, that's true.
It pained me to hear, as it pained you apparently, Paul, to say, we're not going to do anything. If this didn't approved, we will not have 4 acres if this is not approved. I will I shouldn't say I will vote against approval based upon what I think, again, I use the word sacrosanct, just because the land has not been used for farming does not take it out of farmland. And the county, I think the county, the people in the county have said, we want to protect land that can be farmed. And this does not do it. I would really like to have heard what the county said on the 10 years. I do not, since it is unusual they put that in there, I believe there has got to be some overriding reason that they put that in here, since they don't do it ordinarily, or at least I don't recall it being something that is ordinarily done. I would need more information before I could even think about taking that out. But I will not vote for this, but I appreciate what you have done, Paul, in laying out what I think is a very good effort to take care of more than just this property. And I think it needs to happen. The corridor study, I think, is important. For as long as I have been around, water issues in North Lawrence have been sometimes bigger than they are today, perhaps. But I think it's important to have that study before we proceed.
I have a question of staff. Was the drainage district, since we've talked so much about water and the potential for things to go awry, was the drainage district consulted, and did they weigh in on this project?
I don't know if they consulted with the city engineer or not.
I'm sorry. What did you ask for comment from the drainage
Comment
district?
does go out at the beginning. Sometimes we get comments, sometimes we do not.
Okay.
Did not get comments.
So we didn't have anything. Okay. I'm just curious. Okay.
I'm not sure where this is going to go. I'd be happy to make a motion if people are ready to.
Oh, I have a little discussion, I think,
sure.
left in me. Sorry.
Sure.
Anybody else have any discussion there before? No. I think that I'm inclined to vote against it for several of the reasons that were mentioned, particularly because we are getting ready to look at this area and how this area ought to be planned for. And we have current studies and plans that are in place that I don't think this is consistent with. I think that Plan 2040 does want us to value our rural and agricultural heritage, and I feel like this is beginning to creep into that, and we're always going to have that when we have the rural and urban transition like this, and this seems like a really important piece of land to do and do correctly, and so I'd prefer to do it after the North Lawrence corridor study takes a look at this. I'm concerned about the drainage. We've talked a little bit about that. I don't think I need to talk any more about that. I also, this is Class 1 and Class 2 soils, and I do think that matters. I think Class 1 and Class 2, they don't always necessarily in every, and it's hard in the county because there can be Class 1 and Class 2 soils that are, we talk about them as Class 1 and Class 2, and even within that, there can be some really important types of soils. I'm concerned about the sensitive lands in this particular one, and so for that and other reasons that have been mentioned this evening. And I think one thing that really kind of sums it up, several times I've heard this is an industrial zone, and that's what I'm concerned about. This is not actually an industrial zone. It is zoned agriculture, and while there might be some industrial to the south, there's agricultural AG1 all around it. And so just to start talking about it like it's an industrial park and it's industry, as an assumption that that's what this and everything going further north is going to be, I just don't think this is the appropriate way through a CUP to kind of make those decisions. CUP is discretionary, and when I look at the criteria, I don't think that this project falls within what I would be comfortable with at this time in light of everything else that's going on in the county and in Grant Township. I would vote to recommend denial.
This is, I have got to go make a phone call. I just got notice from somebody, there may be, we live out in the country, there may be smoke over at our place. I have got to go make a phone call.
Well, I will take a recess, break. What, we don't recess. We'll
Take a 5-minute recess.
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Needed that anyway. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, would you say we're waiting for Jeff to tell us for?
Oh.
Okay, yes. Thank you. We're back from recess, so.
So I got a text message from a neighbor. We have a farm outside of town. They said, Charlie, is there smoke over at your place? So I called my wife. I've called some neighbors. They're going to go over and check to see. She did not see any fire, but did smell smoke. So
Well,
if I have to leave,
we'll go ahead and continue on with this item, and then if we need to take another recess, we certainly can, or if you need to head out, you can let us know.
okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay. So we were having discussion on the pending CUP. Was there any, I think I had just expressed some of my concerns regarding sensitive lands, regarding the drainage, and the creep of this particular transitional property creeping into the rural zoned property, and that a CUP is probably not the best way to go about doing that in light of, I think it's inconsistent with the comp plan and the Northeast Sector Plan and several of the other county plans. Did anybody else have comment? I think that wraps up where we were. All right, so I'll look for a motion.
I can make a motion. Approve the conditional use permit UP 25-0002 for a boat RV storage use located at 1822 and 1828 East 1450 Road, and forwarding it to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation for approval based upon the findings of fact presented in the body of the staff report and subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Is there a second?
A second.
All those in favor?
Oh, you wanted some discussion first?
Oh, is there any more discussion? Any further discussion? Sorry, we just felt like I feel like we discussed that one out. Any other further discussion? All right. All of those in favor of the pending motion? 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like there's 4 in favor. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like there's 4. Tie vote. So the motion fails.
So in instances where there is a tie on a conditional use permit, that is going to be a failure to recommend, and in that instance, it's considered a denial.
Correct. Thank you. All right, we will move on
There's
to...
a point of order, a question.
Yes.
So oftentimes when there's a tie, we'll have a second vote with the question, with the motion being the opposite direction, so that it goes forward, not as a denial or an approval, but as a non-recommendation. Why aren't we doing that here?
If I remember correct, I don't have it on my screen right now, there's specific language in the county zoning code for conditional use permits that do have the stipulation upon a tie vote that it is rendered it a certain way.
All right. So that's just not something that we do on CUPs.
Yeah, for city applications, it does not have very similar language to that, so it does have that motion and remotion that you're talking about there, but under the county zoning with that conditional use, it does have a language in there for that.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you for the interruption. Appreciate it.
Oh, no, definitely. It does. It affects the next proceedings. That's why.
Okay. All right.
All right. We'll move on to item number 3. Consider approving a special use permit for, number 3 has been deferred.
Right.
We will move on to item number 4 to consider approving a request to rezone. I believe that Avery will do the staff presentation for us.
Thank you for your patience. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Avery Kerner, and I'm a planner at the Planning Division. The next item before you is a request to rezone approximately 1.34 acres from the R4 Residential High Density Base District to the R5 Residential Very High Density Base District. There are 4 properties that are subject to this rezoning request, which are 1430 and 1432 Louisiana Street, and 1423 and 1433 Ohio Street. All 4 of these properties are also in the Oriad Neighborhood Design Conservation Overlay District. So the zoning of the property includes the UC designation, and that designation would be carried forward with, for the property if tonight's rezoning request is approved. And then before I continue, I also want to call attention to an update that was made to the agenda packet earlier today, which is a letter from the Historic Resources Commission with comments related to this rezoning request. Because this rezoning request is in the Oriad Overlay District, this rezoning, or the rezoning application was forwarded to the Historic Resources Commission at their regular monthly meeting last Thursday to notify them of the application and to offer them the opportunity to comment on that application with regards to the Oriad design guidelines. The HRC directed staff to draft a letter summarizing their comments from that meeting, and that letter again is in the packet tonight and is being provided to you all for consideration once you begin deliberation on this request in just a little bit. So the properties that are subject to this request are located along the eastern edge of the KU campus and to the southwest of the intersection at 14th and Ohio. Each property contains existing development, with 3 of the 4 properties containing existing apartment buildings and surface parking lots. The 4th property at 1432 Louisiana Street is developed with a single detached dwelling. This is a map of the base districts at and surrounding the site. Property to the north, south, and west is owned by the university and is zoned UKU. And to the east is an RMG multi-dwelling residential Greek housing district. And then again, as just mentioned, these 4 properties are in the Oriad Neighborhood Design Urban Conservation Overlay District. So this map is showing in purple that overlay district for the property and the neighboring properties to the east of the site. And essentially what this overlay district means is that development in the district, including demolition, must comply with the adopted Oriad design guidelines. And those guidelines are intended to help maintain and enhance the character of the neighborhood and to help guide new development within the district so that it's compatible with the established neighborhood. This map shows the existing land uses at and surrounding the site. 3 of the 4 properties that are subject to this request are shaded in light brown to show that multi-unit residential use. 1432 Louisiana Street is shaded in yellow for the single-dwelling residential use. And then the area surrounding the site is generally used for higher density housing and parking related to the university. There are university parking lots immediately to the north and south of the site. There is Greek housing, or there are Greek housing uses across Ohio Street to the east, and Scholarship Hall housing on campus is located to the south and west of the property. So in addition to being within the Oriad Neighborhood Design Urban Conservation Overlay District, the site is also in the area of the adopted Oriad Neighborhood Plan. This map shows the boundary of that adopted plan area, which is outlined in green. And then the map also uses different colors to show the 6 districts that make up the Oriad Neighborhood Overlay District. And these different colored districts relate back to the Oriad design guidelines, which have different standards that may apply to development depending on the district that the development is taking place in. And then the properties that are subject to this request are shaded in purple, and they are located in the Oriad High Density District. So these are some key points for this request. The first is that the R5 Very High Density Residential District is a new district that was established with the adoption of the new Land Development Code. So there aren't currently any other established R5 districts in the city. So approval of this request would establish the first. Next is there is an existing single detached dwelling at one of the properties that's subject to this request, and that use is not permitted in the proposed R5 district. So something to keep in mind for this request is that if approved, rezoning to the R5 district could result in a nonconformity at 1432 Louisiana Street. And if the property is rezoned to the R5 district, continuation of that nonconforming use would be pursuant to the provisions in Article 19 for nonconformities. And that's Article 17 of the Land Development Code. And then any future development to increase the density of the site will require additional applications and approvals for design review, plating action, site plan review, and building permits prior to construction. And again, any development activity in that ORIAD Neighborhood Design Overlay District, including demolition, must meet the ORIAD design guidelines, and reviewing projects for compliance with the guidelines is primarily completed by staff and the Historic Resources Commission once there are plans proposed to change the exterior of a building or site in the district. This is the list of review criteria, also known as the golden factors, that are used to review rezoning requests. Staff's review and analysis of these criteria are discussed in the staff report, and I'll just quickly walk through what the findings for each of those are from staff's review. The first criteria looks at whether the district conforms to the comprehensive plan. Staff reviewed the existing and proposed districts against the goals and objectives of Plan 2040. And staff's finding is that the proposed R5 district does align with chapters 3 and 4 of the comprehensive plan, which address residential growth and development within the city and neighborhoods and housing. For criteria 2, the site is adjacent to the KU campus, and neighboring properties are generally used for higher density housing and parking related to the university. And staff's finding is that the proposed R5 district would be compatible with the zoning and land uses that surround the property. Criteria 3 is a consideration of the character of the neighborhood. This site is in District 2 of the ORIAD Overlay District, which is characterized as a high-density district with older apartment complexes, Greek houses, and university scholarship halls. And staff's finding is that the R5 district would allow for uses and development that fit the character of this area within the ORIAD neighborhood. For criteria 4, staff's finding is that the proposed R5 district conforms to the adopted ORIAD neighborhood plan. The plan's future land use map recommends a high-density residential use, or recommends the high-density residential use designation for the site. And the minimum density required in the R5 district, as well as the principal uses permitted in the district, align with the plan's description for the recommended high-density residential use designation. Criteria 5 is a consideration of the property's suitability for the uses that it's restricted to under the current zoning. And staff's recommendation, or staff's finding, is that the property is well suited for the uses that are permitted within the R4 district, given the existing development on site and the use history of the properties. The R4 district allows for a flexible mix of housing types to support high-density residential development, as well as civic and commercial uses. 3 of the 4 properties are currently developed with apartment buildings, which are a use that's also permitted within the R5 district. 1432 Louisiana Street is developed with a single detached dwelling, which isn't a use that's typically associated with high-density residential, but it is a use that's permitted in the R4 district. And that use, again, is not permitted in the R5 district, so if approved, rezoning to the R5 district would create a nonconformity at 1432 Louisiana Street. And then in order to demolish the detached dwelling, the applicant will have to submit a separate design review application and obtain the Historic Resources Commission approval for that request. Criteria 6 looks at how long the property has been vacant as zoned, and for this request, none of the properties are vacant. For criteria 7, staff does not anticipate the rezoning to have any detrimental effect on nearby properties. The R5 district would require a greater minimum density than what's allowed in the R4 district, but the uses permitted in the R5 district would be compatible with the use and character of the neighboring properties, and any future development of the site will have to go through the design review, site plan review, and the plating process for approval prior to development to ensure compliance with the ORIAD design guidelines, the development standards of land development code, and the subdivision regulations. And for criteria 8, staff does not anticipate denial of the request to directly benefit public health, safety, or welfare. And then the last criteria is staff's professional recommendation, and that recommendation is to forward the request to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval based on the findings presented in the staff report. With that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? Would the applicant like to address the commission?
Good evening, Lance Adams, Adams Architects. I'm getting used to seeing you guys. This is great. Yeah, we are looking to rezone to an R5. In reality, if you read through the staff report, you see that we are at 1.34 acres. They also indicate that there are 48 units in that area. There's actually 50, but there's 2 that are condemned because they caught on fire. We're trying to tear those down. But if you go 48, 1.34, 48 divided by 1.34, 38 units. What does that tell us? That tells us that we are over the 32 max for an R4. So already, as we talk about this area, it's already an R5. We are just trying to bring the zoning up to meet what it already is. So that's how this looks, and that's what we're looking to do for it. So I think that's pretty much, our main aspect on it. If you want to look at the HRC discussion points they had, just let me know and we can talk about those later. But right now, as we looked at it, how staff has said, this is surrounded on 3 sides by KU housing or KU parking. It has fraternities and sororities to the east of it. There is dense student housing all around this lot. If you were looking for a place for an R5 zoning in the city of Lawrence, this would be your location. So I hope you keep that in consideration. We are really working, Charlie, I'm glad you're back, by the way. We are really working hard to avoid doing some sort of urban sprawl on this project, and that's why we're looking to do a denser area and establish downtown district in the right spots. And I believe that is exactly where this is at, where it's surrounded, what surrounds it, its location. So please keep all those things in mind as you discuss it, and then if we need to talk about the historic, we can do that as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll take public comment on this item. Is there anyone here in the room to speak on this item tonight?
Good evening, everyone. My name's Jeffrey Hepler, 66044. I just want to say, upzone, upzone. Infill the hell out of this space. It's built on a solid foundation. And this is what the community is seeking. More housing, hopefully more affordable housing. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here this evening to speak on this item? Is there anyone online, Becky?
I'm not seeing anyone, but I also want to send a reminder that if you're online and you wish to speak, you can use your raised hand function to indicate so or turn on your camera. Not seeing anyone.
Okay. There was public comment, so does the applicant have any response or any time after the public comment that was made?
I don't. I think that reflects the kind of where we're headed.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. Yes.
Question for the applicant. Any concerns with the non-conformity? Is that something you guys are concerned about, or?
Actually, no.
Okay. Okay.
If you go through the Oriad neighborhood plan, which is linked into what the HRC has sent you, they even indicate removing that single-family area when they go to the proposed use of the area.
Okay.
So it's been thought about, that was done 2010 maybe, so that's been in the plans for 15 or more years. So yeah, we don't have any concerns about it, just based on what the Oriad neighborhood plan has indicated to us as well.
And it's been your request, right? So I mean, for the non-conforming aspect of it, you were aware of that, and this,
Yeah.
the non-conformance is something that you were.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Any other questions or discussion? All right, if not, I will look for a motion.
I move to approve the request to rezone Z-25-0012, approximately 1.34 acres located at 1430 and 1432 Louisiana Streets from R4 to R5. Based on the findings presented in the staff report and forward the requested commission with a recommendation for approval.
Point of order before we begin on that one. Does that also include the addresses on Ohio Street?
Yes, it does. 1423 and 1433 Ohio Street. Yes, sir.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? I would just like to say that this is, I think, an exciting project. I kind of agree with the applicant that this is exactly what we're looking. We need, and the public comment, we need more housing. We're looking for more density, and this seems like an excellent space to have it. Having spent many years living down at the Theta House right below, I have to walk up that hill. I'm kind of jealous they get to start at the middle of the hill when they walk up. But I'm excited to see this project. So. All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion passes.
If I may comment, so I got the last call, I hope, from my wife. She has been overrun with neighbors coming over to check on our place, and everything is good.
Good.
Yay.
Yes, that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Community looking out for community.
Yep.
Wonderful. So we will move to item number 5 to consider a comprehensive plan amendment, and Sandra Day.
Give me just a moment, please. I'm not sure if I'm sharing yet.
Okay, now pick the one.
Okay, thank you. Oh. I think this one's mine.
And then share at the, there you go, you got it. Awesome.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. Sandy Day, Planning Office. The item that you're considering next is an amendment to the comprehensive plan. So that is part of Plan 2040, but specifically the revised Southern Development Plan. What is affected by this application are the land use maps as well as some of the text within the project, within the plan. Specifically, the applicant is proposing to amend land uses that are on the southeast corner of Kansas Highway 10 and Highway 59. This is commonly referred to as the New Boston Crossing. So if we are using that term as the specific property that would be amended, as well as some of the larger text for the plan for the revised Southern Development Plan. Specifically, the applicant is looking to add and expand the commercial zoning designation, and they are proposing to add high-density residential as land use for this project. Within the boundary of the Southern Development Plan outlined in purple here, this is the existing boundary map that is in the plan today. What you will notice if you look at the revised Southern Development Plan, all of the maps are really pretty dated. The last time we looked at this plan with an affected change was in 2013, so we'll talk about those things as well. So this slide highlights where this property is in relationship to the growth area. As you can see, the northern boundary is about 31st Street. There are a few properties north of that. And then the larger area that's shaded in is generally located south of Kansas Highway 10. It is also within the City of Lawrence urban growth boundary area. New Boston Crossing, just for reference on where that lives within the plan. And then also for reference, generally, this is a very general outline of the Wakarusa Valley study boundary that is ongoing as well. Some of the different things that have occurred since the last time the plan was updated. Certainly there is detailed information now about the interchange, the highway interchange, and how that will be constructed, as well as the highway being widened, as we're all very much aware of. Also, since the last time the plan has been developed, we have adopted the Land Development Code. We have adopted Plan 2040, as well as other documents that are summarized in your staff report. With regard to how this land use looks, this is the current land use map within the plan boundary, and this is how it would be mapped if you opened it up in GIS, either on the public-facing portal or on the internal mapping. Within this plan, as well as all other plans, as we look at them, anytime we see a floodplain, it is most typically reflected in these plans as open space of some form or shape. So that's why you're seeing a lot of that green area on these plans, and that is directly related to how we address floodplains. This is another slide. You saw this when we looked at this property back in 23, those of you that were around at that time. This is what the commercial corridor within Plan 2040 might look like if this project were approved with the expanded commercial category added to it. The revised Southern Development Plan has a long history, and it's important to understand what that history is. So I'm going to try and go through this very quickly because we've got a lot of people here to speak. The plan was originally adopted in '94. It was the Southern Development Plan at that time. Its boundary was generally the floodplain. Land uses were specifically planned industrial or planned office. We do not have those kinds of categories or designations in the current Land Development Code. Skip forward to 2007, the plan was revised, it expanded, and that reflected both the adoption of Horizon 2020 as well as the 2006 zoning code at that time. And what I'd like to bring your attention to is this area on the north side of 31st Street. This plan at that time showed medium density residential as well as open space. Just hang on to that thought for just 1 minute. The plan was then revised in 2013 for the Menards. We made that change from residential to commercial. There is also this green space that ultimately gets connected to the Naismith Valley Park. This was a revision that we looked at in 23 for a different version of the New Boston Crossing. It included commercial as well as mixed use. That mixed use district included residential, low to medium residential, as well as some very low density residential on the southern part of that project. The reason this is important and why I want to focus on this, we are talking about the comprehensive plan. We're talking high level, broad categories of land uses. How that gets implemented, what those goals are in those plans, this is the comprehensive plan. When the Menards project went through, this was the zoning, so that's the next step. In our case, moving forward, the Land Development Code, the 25 version, would be the one that would be going forward. What you see in this area, this whole piece is CR. It's an intensive commercial zoning district. What we actually have on the ground is this large regional detention. We also, within that zoned commercial piece, is a dedicated, there is an easement, a green space easement that is part of that project that extended a pathway and connection to Naismith Park. My point is, we have other tools to be able to also get at an appropriate development. Don't completely be focused on what color the map is in the plan. It's important, but it's not the be-all, end-all. The revised Southern Development Plan, the current application that we're looking at, what we did in this image, and you have this in your staff report as well, this is really the most significant piece of ground that we have left in the plan boundary. The plan boundary actually ends here. This is part of a different plan. On the south side of the existing city limits, this is City of Lawrence, this is City of Lawrence, so it's part of that open space dedication. We have Baker Wetlands that is also an existing green space, open space designation and land use. We have some properties over on the west side of Highway 59. There is a very small cluster of rural residential homes. There is a landscape business. These other two parcels and this parcel are still active agricultural properties. The proposed application to amend the plan would not only include the map, but also some text. We provided kind of a redlined version of what that might look like, some of the edits that would need to happen. So there actually is not a ton of changes to the commercial land use. We take out the language that talks about auto-related, the pieces that talk about regional commercial center, that's no longer a zoning designation in the land development code. Land development overlay, that was a tool that was frequently used in older plans because we did not have design guidelines, we did not have very robust zoning, so that was the fallback to be able to address those things. Plan developments largely in the current iteration of the zoning code are residentially focused. So we would not really see a plan development in a commercial format going forward. And then as far as land uses go, instead of identifying very specific uses, I would recommend that we look at updating the land uses to reflect kind of those major use groups that would allow the plan to be a little bit more flexible and responsive to different development conditions moving forward. The applicant also identified a request to add high-density residential development. This also ties back to Plan 2040, where we talk about density, where you just talked about density on the item before this. This would be new in this plan. This would be new to really any plan the community has adopted so far. We do not have high-density residential really called out in some of these other plans unless you see it in kind of a mixed use category. And in this case, there would be R4, the M2 district, the CC districts would all accommodate a high-density residential development pattern. Some of those uses, I didn't list all of the residential uses in there, but just to, again, help make this more clear, I did identify them here. Comprehensive plan amendment review has some specific criteria. They are listed in the staff report. I'm not going to go over them individually here this evening. There's a lot of people that want to talk with you where they either agree or disagree with staff's findings on these things. Ultimately, staff believes that the proposed request does meet those review criteria. We have recommended approval of that. So your action is legislative this evening, where you approve this plan. The City Commission would have to approve the plan, and the County Commission would have to approve the plan. Along that, your action would be to have a planning commission resolution, which I forgot to print off. Sorry. In this development process, again, we're talking high level of the activity that you are looking at tonight, which is this broad category of land use. Should it be commercial? Should it be lower intensity commercial? Should it be residential? Should it be high, medium, or low residential? That's the scope of your request. There is a lot of discussion because the applicant does have a particular development in mind. I would ask that you try to not get focused terribly on the specific development. If the comprehensive plan is approved, the applicant would potentially move forward with other development requests that would come back to this body, including zoning, including a preliminary plat. Final plat, site plans typically are administrative, so you would not be seeing those things. Wanted to bring that to your attention. The property for the new Boston Crossing area is already annexed into the city limits. They already have that land use entitlement. And from there, I'm going to stop. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Great. We'll see if the applicant wants to, and then we'll have questions, I'm sure, for you. I'm sure there'll be lots. Does the applicant want to address the commission?
Hi, Commission. Corby Rust, Land Plan Engineering, and I've been working on this one quite a while. Again, to Sandy's point, we're only talking about the comprehensive plan amendment. You've seen one before. The comprehensive plan amendment has changed because the plan changed, and the intended use for this property has changed, so we're back. Also, to Sandy's point, we are annexed. We are rezoned, and we do have an approved preliminary plat, so we do have a developable piece of property. Last year, we had a community outreach meeting at the fairgrounds, and it was well attended. And part of that meeting was to answer questions, but a bigger part of that meeting was to listen to the concerns of probably a lot of people that are here tonight. And we did listen, and you'll see and hear more about that here in a minute. The comprehensive plan, as it currently sits, is outdated for what we have annexed and what we have zoned. This, again, is the first submittal to be followed by a preliminary plat, more rezonings, and multiple site plans. And really, a lot of the concerns you'll hear tonight are going to be better addressed at the site plan level, at the building permitting level, and not at this comprehensive plan level. But we intend to show that we have taken a lot of what we've heard into account, and we feel like we have a pretty strong plan going forward. The plan has changed because we have a new opportunity with Sporting Caw Valley Soccer Complex. They had long been looking for property to build the facility that we're about to show you, and which is a major regional draw to the community and offers a lot of goods. So with that in, the single family component is leaving, the R1 and R2. I will say that we will be bringing, along with the plat for this particular piece of property, we will be kind of coinciding, we'll be bringing a lot of other single-family R1, R2, R3 opportunities in the coming months, just not on this piece of property. So what we're going to show you is the Caw Valley Soccer. We're going to show you the high-density residential we have, which is more than likely going to be senior housing, and what stays the same is the commercial areas and the entertainment areas that you saw last time. Let's see here. I think we'll go ahead and bring up the presentation if we can.
Yeah, here, I'm going to hit this button. Do you recognize which one's yours there?
I would say that presentation that you're hovering over right now.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
You're driving.
All right. So the first thing I'll talk about is, I don't want to get, again, this isn't about the rezoning, but we do have, we are showing what the zoning plans are, but what you can kind of see here is the ground as it exists and the proposed. So we have the Caw Valley Sports Complex on the east side of the property. And then we're looking at hotel, restaurants. We have a golf entertainment area, convenience store, and some commercial properties. And then south of the creek, senior living, commercial. Of course, all the floodway will remain zoned open space, and that's the pond you see here. And preserving much of the area around the creek, the existing trees and the creek area. With this project, there are a lot of other companies involved as we move forward with this that will be able to, at the site plan level, will be able to explain more of all the good things that come out of a complex like this with the underground storage and the water filtration and things of that nature. Chandler, do you want to come up and, where'd Chandler go? And kind of take it from here, and he's just going to walk you a few things. And again, these are the concerns we've heard and how we've addressed them.
Hi, I'm Chandler Forsman. I'm a plant ecologist at heart, and now I am a landscape architect. I have pretty steadfast ideology. I just want to reiterate, I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe in the work I'm about to present to all of you. I really think this is a win, and I hope everybody keeps an open mind that this project isn't a terrible thing. And I hope what I have to show really shows that. So getting into it, is it gonna let me do the arrows, or am I gonna have to scroll?
Hold on a second. Oops, yeah, try that. Try right and left.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. So starting off with our pedestrian plan, this is really great. I don't own a car. I'm a big biker. So any biking lanes in the city is a major win, in my opinion, especially ones that connect in with the Lawrence Loop and have all these extra entertainment features, accessible from this bike lane. So the green, it's a little hard to see, I know, because, and the green is our 10-foot multi-use path. There's almost 2 miles of that, which is a major stretch of multi-use bike and pedestrian path in the city. The blue, which is north of our main arterial road up north and on both sides of the southern road, those are just to show that there will be connections in with the businesses that are in the future lots that are the cyan kind of color. Something that is new is this yellow area to the south. We are looking at having a barefoot park, which is a nature trail that'll have access to the creek down there. Kids can take off their shoes and kind of get grounded in with nature and get in the creek and create connection to the land in that way. So moving on. This is pretty simple. Street trees. We're required to have a street tree every 40 feet. When this came across my desk, a lot of the species that were listed on our street trees were not native species. So I went ahead and took that list and went forward and did strictly native species, ones that were native to Douglas County. I went in and made sure that there's a website called bonap.com. It has regional data, whether or not a tree species is native to your county. So I went through and made sure all these were on that list. So there will be some functionality. They're not just, ecologically void trees going in there. There is use to these things. Moving forward, this is the real meat of the presentation here. So I hope everybody gets excited about this. I just wanted to show, first off, what it looks like. This is where the project is. It is an ecological dead zone. It was farmed for many, many years, and now there is nothing there. I went there myself. I walked through. I took my notebook and wrote down any value that I could get species-wise, plant-wise. There was none. There's trees on the margins, and by and large, those are staying. And the ones that aren't are going to be replaced, and I'll show you that in the next slide. So I just wanted to highlight there's not a lot going on ecologically there. So to counteract all of the negative effects of non-permeable surface from our future lots, we're proposing a bioswale that runs north to south, adjacent to that main arterial road, as you can see. That I'll get into a little bit more detail in the next couple of slides. I got some renderings to show you what exactly that looks like and what the benefit of that is. But this is huge. 6.5 acres of prairie and 2 acres of wetland has never happened in Lawrence ever. This is like the biggest restoration project that could come to Lawrence in the history of Lawrence. Outside of the wetlands, but the wetlands isn't in the city technically. But so yeah, I just want to highlight that is a big area. It's a win. You take what you can get. You weigh all of these things. This is a win. It is. I spent a lot of time discussing with members of the community a list of species, and this was really, I did a lot of research. I looked through research papers. I looked through various websites, individuals that report species on iNaturalist. A lot of people in the room will be familiar with that is. It's just you snap a picture. This is what that plant is. And I discussed with the wetlands of, various quantities of these things and relative abundance when planting them to make sure nothing would choke each other out and it'd be a functional landscape. So the bioswale itself. So running from north to south, there's existing a thin stream that runs the entire length of that existing tree line. It's about, 1.5 feet, 2 foot wide. So that gives you a little scale of what you're looking at here. So what we propose is having a series of these rock check dams. Again, into the site plan, how many exactly there will be depends on the slope and everything. There's parameters to that. But by putting in these rock check dams, we can halt the flow of water a little bit, let it pool up, and by planting it, we can filter out any contaminants from the water that might result from from the storm water running off of the roads or the sports fields. General benefits of what these bioswales do.
I'm sorry, but you're over your time.
Okay, that's fine.
You'll have an opportunity to
answer questions.
Questions at another point.
Yeah, thank you.
So at this point, we will take public comments. So I just ask you to come to the podium, and you'll have 3 minutes for public comments. And at some point, I probably will, when there's a natural break, I'll just look to see if there's someone online so that we're including anyone who may be online as well. Sorry. If you have a presentation, you may want to, Kurt, are there a lot of presentations? Would it be better to organize anything for you?
It's like a big relay. It's like one presentation, but various people will present.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're going to have like a slide for different individuals. Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure the technology was working for everyone.
Yeah, and if it doesn't, then that's fine too as well. Okay, can I go to the next slide?
Yeah.
Okay.
The name, she has to tell us her name.
She doesn't technically have to, but we would like you to say who you are if you're willing, so that we have.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure the technology is working first.
Your time hasn't started yet.
Okay. Good, thank you so much. My name is Dominique. I'm a Lawrence resident, and I had a prepared speech, but I'm actually a little bit miffed about what the ecologists had to say. So I want to speak a little bit on that before. To call this site an ecological dead zone, I think is misleading, because there are actually several very rare local plants that exist in the wetlands. All this information was actually given in the previous information that the developer submitted under Frank's delineation report. So that includes Missouri sedge, short-on foxtail, green dragon, star sedge, marsh spike rush, yellow fruit sedge, water willow, shoreline sedge. These are all a COC of 5 or more, which means that they're a locally rare plant. Anyways, I'm going to go into my actual speech. So we developed a citizens report, so I'd like you to turn to page 110 of our public comment and kind of follow along our speeches here. Approval of this comprehensive plan amendment, along with the conversion of land designated for open space to high-intensity land use without true community engagement, marks a concerning departure from long-standing city policy and practice of designating floodplains as open space. The lack of holistic public engagement, combined with a pattern of suppressed public comment opportunities throughout this development process, raises serious questions about transparency and accountability. Even though it's not relevant to this discussion of the proposed CPA explicitly, we have seen this developer deregulate local protections for floodplain development and opportunistically use federal deregulation of wetlands to push this project through. Frankly, it's insulting to the citizens of Lawrence for Mr. Bundy to propose converting 52 acres of designated open space into unfettered commercial land use. The recent addition of high-density housing south of the unnamed stream appears to be a calculated move, not in service of our community, but as a tactic to qualify for mixed-use designation and gain favor with Plan 2040 goals. This maneuver disregards the intent, spirit, policy, and precedent provided by us in the Revised Southern Development Plan, Horizon 2020, which the Revised Southern Development Plan was based on, and the community-based process that led to the adoption of Plan 2040. Discussion of Horizon 2020 not as a current comprehensive plan, but as a component of the greater act of comprehensive planning is a cornerstone to this discussion. Horizon 2020 is a key translator between the sector plan we are discussing and Plan 2040, our current comprehensive plan. Key stakeholders, including rural landowners, Haskell University, Baker Wetlands, and the broader Lawrence Douglas County community must be consulted, especially given that this area forms the city's southern border. Amending the plan in a single meeting changes the entire tone of this sector plan. This meeting with the Planning Commission and 3 minutes of public input is not enough for public engagement. This proposed plan does not align with community values, surrounding land use, our plans, the goals of neighbors, and it does not advance a clear public purpose. It degrades national services found on the area, and it does not advance the interests of citizens within Lawrence or Douglas County. This is validated by the 2 petitions we attached to our written public comment and the folks in this room opposing the plan amendment. Approval has far-lasting consequences for the future development and how we deal with floodplains. It sets a dangerous precedent for converting open space to high-intensity uses. With the weakening of our federal and local regulations, we must demand a denial for this plan amendment and any further attempts to develop this land. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Adam Lang, concerned citizen. So changing the amendment for this project changes the entire tone of the plan without altering and bringing the right community members to the table. It is still common consensus in the community that the Wakarusa floodplains should not be encroached on by development. Since there is no associated preliminary plat or other legal document that secures the developer's sports complex concept, we must assume that the land use, commercial, will be used to the highest extent possible, and we have to evaluate if that land use is applicable. The city has had difficulties with storytelling and community input. This would be a great opportunity for the city and its citizens to affirm and create long-standing land use policies in this region that align with community wants and needs. This has been an argument point for several past planning commissioners, including Struckoff, Carter, Ashworth, and current Commissioner Hayden in a 2020 Planning Commission meeting. We need to remember the wisdom and the questions posed by the 2020 Planning Commission. The 2020 Planning Commission unanimously denied a similar CPA 10-0, 0-10, whichever one it is, that proposed commercial expansion into the regulatory floodplain. This decision is significant, as that commission was uniquely positioned during the transition from Horizon 2020 to Plan 2040 and deeply understood both plans. They emphasized that sector plans should not be amended without community involvement. Commissioner Sands noted that we cannot understand how the CPA aligns with the long-term goals of our plan because the revised Southern Development Plan is old, and we know how the goals of it were synthesized with Horizon 2020 but not Plan 2040. It was noted in 2020 that just because the revised Southern Plan was kept in Plan 2040 doesn't mean that it's the best option. It was assumed that it would be reviewed, revised in the future. Commissioner Struckoff reminded us that prior plans explicitly restricted commercial development south of the SLT, a boundary long upheld by community consensus. Just because 2040 does not utilize language like shall does not mean that community conditions and opinions have drastically changed about this area. Commissioner Carter stressed this magnitude of the decision as the proposal involved much of the area's remaining developable land. Commissioner Carpenter highlighted that auto-related uses had been a historical compromise rooted in the city's long-standing practice of using the SLT as a southern limit of development. And on that point too, I love the Walker's River Valley. I've spent time there, went there recently. I would defy anyone to find a parent who would be willing to have their kids walk barefoot in it. I would really like to find a parent that's willing to do that. So that's all I have.
Hello, Melinda Ball, 66046. While we are discussing the current CPA and evaluating its merit, we believe it's beneficial to provide some history and challenges we have faced with this project. Most concerning is the developer's ability to wield legal technicalities, which are bare minimum as valuable contributions and things to be lauded. For example, the applicant's cornerstone argument for mitigation of development is that they are setting aside 70 acres of open space. 54 is minimally required by code, as majority is floodway, where development is prohibited, and federally protected wetlands. While this project is marked as a bedrock of environmental protection within a built environment, we see that the developer has pulled every string possible to reduce the amount of regulation, oversight, and public input on this project. Locally, we see that Jeff Crick, Planning Director, acted outside of his authority on 2 separate occasions. We do not believe Crick was acting with ill intent. Rather, he succumbed to pressure by the developer and the city. During the first, the developer asked Crick for an interpretation of no rise in our floodplain regulations. The original final interpretation of no rise was set at 0.00 inches. They filed with the BZA, generating an appeal date. Within a week of the appeal, and after developer pressure, Crick revised the interpretation from 0.00 inches to 0.00 feet. Developer then pulled the appeal, which removed public comment opportunity and a BZA ruling interpretation. This violated Code 20.1311C. The filing of an application for an appeal of administrative order, requirement, decision, or determination stays all proceedings in furtherance of the action appealed. Second was an administrative-based, not zoning, BZA appeal submitted by John Hassey in response to the approved preliminary local floodplain permit. John alleged the city violated the local floodplain regulations. The appeal was set for the BZA until it was removed by planning via the developer's request, stating an issue of John's standing. The appeal is now an indefinite deferral, avoiding due process. The project is attempting to skirt our floodplain regulations by use of fill and regrading on this property, thus legally removing it out of the floodplain designation. When presented the 404 permit, the applicant removed over 2 acres of wetlands from federal oversight and jurisdiction based on legal definition by the Supreme Court. While this is out of our hands of our local authority, this has grave implications on what is defined as a wetland and a floodplain in our local development code. We ask the Commission to be aware of this history and to scrutinize this proposal as much as possible, given the fact the applicant will yield all legal technicalities against the city. Thank you.
I'm just going to move the PowerPoint. Sorry.
My name is Thad Holcomb, and I speak in opposition to the amendment. During the formation of the 2040 Comprehensive Plan, in which I participated as much as I could, a priority for preparing guidelines in planning of development was to include the goals related to environmental resource vision. Now, that vision statement is as follows: to protect and enhance our rich natural heritage and environment, Lawrence and Douglas County shall strive to balance the needs of a vibrant economy, an equitable society, and a healthy, sustainable environment. This vision statement was to be considered when making any amendment to the South Development Plan, along with including a land use policy that reflects, quote, current conditions and current community visions, unquote. Any amendment also needs to respond to 7 questions as stated in the 2040 plan. Question number 1 is, how does the proposed amendment address or result from changed circumstances or unforeseen conditions not understood or addressed rather at the time the plan was adopted in 2019? Actually, there are, as stated, changed circumstances and unforeseen conditions, for sure. Instead, they confirmed it is best not to amend the South Development Plan. And the current condition and current community visions also substantiate that no amendment should be approved. How are these important changes in circumstances and conditions, and what are the visions of the community that conflict with the amendment? It is, as you probably are aware, that the citizens of unincorporated Douglas County and Lawrence have become even more aware of unforeseen conditions since 2019, when the comprehensive plan was adopted, and have become even more concerned that we have a healthy, sustainable environment. The unforeseen conditions include increasing the need to preserve the Wakarusa Valley and not allow a trickle of development to turn into a stream that threatens a healthy, sustainable environment and rich natural heritage as stated in the vision. I know that my comments express many who are here this evening. It will be a long evening, as you know, and I think to the surprise of some, this is really a time of celebration as we demonstrate our agreement with the environment and natural resources vision stated in that 2040 plan. This affirmation has been demonstrated by an increasing number of individuals and organizations advocating for earth care, realizing the urgency of nurturing biodiversity, and alarmed about increasing development in the Wakarusa River Valley. For the reasons stated, and additional ones who you will hear this evening, I submit that the amendment fails to qualify. So be it.
Whoops. My bad. I'm just gonna have this.
Yeah, you stop sharing.
Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't realize exiting out of the PowerPoint would stop the sharing too as well. I don't know how this is theirs. Now he has to make sure it's sharing first. I'm just going to leave it like this so we don't exit out in a case like that.
Do you need to move it forward? Is that part of the issue, is it's not getting moved forward as people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can set it where you want. I mean, I don't think you're that far yet. Actually, I don't know where you're actually at.
Number 2, yeah.
Yes,
Skipping
it's this one.
This one? Okay.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Andy Perdue, a Lawrence resident, and I'm here to address the item number 2 in the citizens report. I'm here because I'm concerned about the proposal to turn 52 acres of floodplain open space into commercial and high-density development. To me, that doesn't serve a clear public purpose. Calling something a regional draw isn't enough. Any developer could make that claim to justify their project. Right now, the developer is asking for an amendment to the future land use map without offering a preliminary plat or any binding plan that proves this will actually be a sports complex. They're asking for the highest intensity zoning, both commercial and residential, with very few limits. That makes it hard to evaluate how this will truly benefit the public. It's also worth noting that this privately owned project would directly compete with the city's own recreation facilities, Rock Chalk Park and YSI. The City Commission recently implemented park and recreation fees with the understanding that those fees would help reduce a $6 million budget deficit, potentially recouping around $500,000. But a private sports complex won't contribute to that goal. In fact, it undermines it. Residents are now paying for access to facilities that used to be free, yet the city could still lose the very revenue it hoped to generate. That's clearly not a public benefit. When we look at what's already around K10 and Highway 59, it's clear this project doesn't fill a gap. Within 2 miles, we already have multiple restaurants, car shops, health offices, hotels, and 2 golf courses, one of which is expanding to include indoor recreation. Nothing about this proposal stands out as unique or necessary for the community. It's important to remember that what's being decided tonight isn't a development plan, it's land use. We're not voting on a sports complex, we're voting on Big C commercial and high-density residential zoning, without specific restrictions in a preliminary plat that could mean almost anything. The real question is whether this kind of development makes sense in a floodplain, especially without clear public benefit or accountability. I believe it does not, as the natural purpose of a floodplain is to prevent flooding, protect our soils from erosion, keep our water clean, and serve as safe passage for wildlife. I hope the Planning Commission will uphold the Lawrence community's desire to protect floodplains as open space and recognize that this proposal as it stands just isn't a reasonable or responsible use of this land. Thank you.
My name is Dawn Hawkins, and I live in rural Douglas County, and I'm also a Lawrence property owner. And I am responding to item number 3 in our citizens report. The proposed plan amendment is not consistent with long-range goals and policies of the plan. When evaluating this decision, we must not only look at the proposed CPA and its language, but also the totality of this project and the various forms it has presented itself to the planning, city, and county commissioners. The previous processes of annexation and rezonings to accommodate this developer were already inconsistent with Plan 2040. A majority of the land was considered Tier 2, which was annexed and then used as, quote, infill project. And the rezonings are in conflict with Plan 2040 as they violate the revised Southern Development Plan. As previously stated, the RSDP was developed under the policy framework and ideological guidance of Horizon 2020. Its legacy and policy are directly tied to the current sector plan known as RSDP and our newest comprehensive plan, 2040. We can see that the RSDP affirms that commercial development should not extend into Wakarusa floodplains, as it explicitly outlines where commercial development should happen in this sector plan. It's incredibly hard to argue that converting 52 acres of open space floodplain to commercial zoning, and we assume impervious coverage, is compatible with the policy outlined above, which specifically calls for a greenbelt greenway system to connect Clinton to the Kaw via the Wakarusa River Valley. Additionally, in Horizon 2020, Goal 2.1 of the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space chapter explicitly discouraged conversion of open space designated lands to higher intensity land uses, such as commercial, residential, and industrial. As you consider this CPA, Douglas County is in the middle of conducting a swath of H&H studies in the River Valley and is promoting the open space plan. It seems conflicting and juxtaposed for the city to approve commercial or any other development into such a sensitive ecological environment while the county is promoting conservation. Besides the 17 acres of auto-related commercial land use, Horizon 2020 made it incredibly clear that the South Iowa Commercial Center was not to be extended into the Wakarusa floodplains south of the South Lawrence Traffic Way. The only new commercial centers outlined were 1750 Road and SLT and North 1000 Road and US 59 near Wells Overlook. These areas considered for new commercial centers are firmly out of the floodplains. When the developer previously attempted to extend the commercial South Iowa node south of the SLT, he was firmly rejected, most recently in 2020 with a 0 to 10 denial from the Planning Commission, and in 2023 with a 2 to 1 denial from the county. While Horizon 2020 isn't our current binding comprehensive plan, it provides key policy translation between the revised Southern Development Plan and Plan 2040.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Great, thank you.
Hi, my name is Jaden. I'm a Lawrence resident. I'm passionate about preserving and restoring wetlands in the city of Lawrence, and I'm passionate about developing housing for our community that is actually safe, sustainable, and affordable without destroying sacred wetlands and floodplains. Continuing from the last person about question 3, under Horizon 2020, amendments to the comprehensive plan had to prove that they represented clear change in public policy. Even though this is no longer a requirement for the CPA under Plan 2040, it still has relevance since RSDP was guided by Horizon 2020. This amendment does not align with any change in policy regarding the area south of the SLT. In fact, local policy and community engagement has rightfully strengthened the conservation of open space, floodplains, and wetlands in this area. Thus, commercial intrusion into the walkthroughs of floodplains proposed by this amendment is inherently incompatible with Lawrence policies and community desires at this time. Over the last decade, our city's various commissions have repeatedly denied commercial and high-density housing development into the floodplains, and for good reason. Approving the CPA would represent an unprecedented departure from long-held practice of designating floodplains by the city through thorough conversations with community members in Lawrence and in Douglas County. It is not appropriate for the developer to alter the plan and contradict the community's clearly communicated desire to protect this land. The CPA is not compatible with Plan 2040. While the city staff reports states that there is partial alignment with Plan 2040 in regards to increasing housing density in Tier 1 Annex Lawrence lands, looking at the totality of the CPA, it fails to align with Plan 2040. Destroying over 50 acres of open space floodplains to make way for commercial high-density housing development does not protect sensitive lands, given Chapter 2, Goal 2.6, Chapter 3, Goal 1, and commercial goals 3.3 and 3.9. It does not maintain the natural character of the area, Chapter 3, Goal 1.1 and 3.3, and it does not protect the neighboring wetland preserves, Chapter 2, Goal 1.7. Furthermore, it does not maximize infill housing in appropriate spaces, Chapter 3, Goal 6.1. This development would actually increase flood dangers since it placed high-density housing right adjacent to a floodway. I urge the Planning Commission to deny this amendment. Thank you. Maybe. Oh, we're not.
Click on it. Oh, do not unmute that.
Sorry, the mouse was not showing up on this screen at all, so I just clicked on it.
All right, we got it.
Hello, my name is Leah Matthews. I'm a born and raised Lawrence resident, and I oppose development in this area for many reasons, but I'll focus this public comment on Provision 4 and the reason why this plan amendment does not improve the adequacy of the existing or planned facilities for the area. But beyond the preliminary plat for this plot, there are no planned facilities or human-based services. However, there are natural services that this land provides for us. The proposed plan decreases the existing services of the floodplain and the wetland complex on site, as well as the services of the Haskell-Baker wetland complex next door, and the services of the Wakarusa River Valley ecosystem as a whole. Plan 2040 defines ecosystem services as, quote, the set of known and unknown beneficial outcomes of healthy functioning biological systems. They may include flood control, erosion control, water purification, pollination, refuge for beneficial insects, carbon sequestration, nutrient cycling, or food production. Destruction of around 52 acres of floodplain removes an unquantifiable amount of natural services. The best and only land use that would be fitting for this property would be undeveloped floodplain protected by an open space zoning. Although these services are not easily quantifiable, we cannot simply ignore them because they aren't shiny and straightforward. Wetlands and green spaces are essential for water retention, filtration, and habitat. The more these areas get destroyed, the less protection we have from future flooding, water quality concerns, and biodiversity loss. At a time, especially when federal institutions such as the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA are less reliable, it is increasingly important to take more initiative locally. This means halting attempted developments that are not in the best interest of community members and the environment long term. We need stricter land use regulations that are actually adhered to instead of letting development slide and endangering our health and safety in the long run. We've been reminded of this over and over again with recent flood events happening across the country. In conclusion, we must make smarter decisions in the interest of community resiliency, and I urge you to vote no to this plan amendment. Thank you.
My name's Ethan Miles. I'm a longtime Lawrence resident, and I am concerned about this proposed development. When looking at the maps provided by city staff, notably Figure 7, we can see that there is little to no compatibility with surrounding land use. So when we're discussing land use, we're evaluating the commercial and high-density residential land use, not the actual plan by the developer. Until they give us a preliminary plan for development, it is reasonable to assume they will push the boundaries on what is allowed in code. So that begs the question, without specific restrictions defined in a preliminary plan, is commercial and high-density residential land use appropriate in scope and intensity? The land use designation from open space to commercial and high-density residential is not compatible in the greater context of this area. Past guidance and current attitudes about this area show that the K10 South Lawrence Trafficway provides a physical barrier and edge to the commercial corridor that has developed along South Iowa Street. Our previous comprehensive plan explicitly stated that additional retail commercial uses shall not occur south of the highway, except for the possible location of an auto-related commercial center. Our community attitudes about this area have not changed. The SLT is still a physical barrier to the rest of the Wakarusa wetlands from city development. Even since the opening of the South Lawrence Trafficway in 2014, we are still rightfully hesitant to build in the floodplains south of it. The developer cannot use the commercial zonings north of the South Lawrence Trafficway as a natural extension because the land's topography and ecology does not support this. The previous denials of 5 different attempts to commercially develop this area set a precedent of conservation that this commercial proposal specifically violates. The South Lawrence Trafficway has been known as the hard southern boundary for the city's development. Extending a commercial zoning from South Iowa Street does not make sense, considering most of the land south of the South Lawrence Trafficway is open space and floodplain. And so if we look at this area spanning from the South Lawrence Trafficway to the Wakarusa wetlands, there is no scale development anywhere along the Wakarusa. Introducing the most intense commercial and high-density residential land uses into an area defined by low-intensity land use will never be compatible. And I'd also just like to add, we've made the mistake of developing into the wetlands once. We shouldn't make the same mistake again. This is land that needs to be protected. Thank you.
My name is David Collins. I live in 66049. Excuse me. And I've been a Lawrence resident since 1970 when I came here recovering from combat wounds. As the city's staff report affirms, Baker Wetlands would be impacted because it is downstream from the development. The desired goal of Baker and Haskell universities for the Baker wetlands and the interconnected water neighborhoods to the north and east, known as the Haskell wetlands, is to restore these natural spaces to their pre-colonization functions and provide space for exceptionally valuable research and study of these imperiled spaces in an open classroom setting. This development does not help advance this goal, as it destroys about 52 acres of floodplain and about 2 acres of wetlands, wetlands which host important and rare plant species that are a benefit to the Haskell-Baker wetland complex. Due to the specific dynamic of floodplains and wetlands and their relationship with surface and groundwater, any sort of contamination from the commercial development will be incredibly hard to clean up and mitigate. This doesn't even go into the impact of increased human activity and impacts such as light pollution, noise pollution, increased animal deaths via car impacts, increased trash and runoff pollution, and high-risk water contamination events. Any high-intensity commercial or residential land use will disproportionately affect the Baker wetlands. Instead, we're allowing a developer to destroy populations of locally rare plants, alter our natural ecosystems, continue the trend of sectioning off natural spaces without the understanding of the entire ecosystem. These plants are found in the unregulated wetlands that have no legal, local, state, or federal regulations preventing their destruction. The Haskell-Baker wetlands are known hotspots for migratory birds and provide unique habitat not found elsewhere in Douglas County. Because of this, it's a prized location for birding and a source of ecotourism for our town. Citizens from all over the U.S. come to visit our region during peak migratory seasons. Light and noise pollution already threatens these migratory birds. In another example, this plan also threatens Baker's ability to use their telescope for astronomy research and public education, which is located immediately east of this development. And I'd like to add that this idea of gradually cutting off or destroying parts of an ecosystem have eventually devastating effects, and which I think need to be considered, and I hope you will reject the amendment. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Earl Bates. I'm with the Save the Wakarusa River Valley group, and I'm here tonight to address the number 6 criterion. How does the proposed amendment reflect the adjacent neighbor's desired outcome? In a word, badly. We say just don't do it. I live just a stone's throw across the fields from the proposed new Boston crossing, and I, along with other neighbors within a 2-mile radius, are vehemently opposed to this development or any other projects south of the trafficway that would ruin the character of the fragile Wakarusa River Valley. For many reasons that you've already heard and we'll hear more of tonight, this is a bad idea. It's in the floodplain. It's going to flood. Eventually it'll flood, and who's going to pay for that? Well, we all are. Here's what some of the closest neighbors have to say about this. The Baker wetlands is right across the road to the east. The noise, the light, and the air pollution, toxic runoff, and flooding will devastate that cherished sanctuary. In a letter, Director Andrew Rudder, he wrote, regarding the potential for commercial development on the property located directly west of Baker University wetlands, I'm passing along some pertinent information highlighting the numerous negative impacts that increased unmitigated light and noise pollution is likely to have on our natural area, on the wildlife that call it home, and the thousands of patrons that visit this important site on a daily basis. In a letter to the planners, Haskell's board, they wrote that they are strongly opposed to the NBC project on the Wakarusa River floodplain, recently rezoned for mixed-use development. They too are opposed to that. Mr. Richard Hurd, who lives and works directly south of the border there, he was here. Actually, I pulled up a video of November 15 of 2023, and he was on there saying about future flooding. He was worried because he had a neighbor of his jet ski across the water on his bean field during the 2019 floods. So it's hard to say that it's not going to flood there. It did. At the same meeting, Mr. Pete Wimpy, who's across the road, he farms there and has, he's directly west of the property. He's also worried about the potential backup and flooding related to the creek that runs through it. Jason Flory, he still farms on and around that part of the that property, and that'll be gone if this is built. Now, many of us citizens, we have expressed these many, many important facts over and over again, and we're frustrated because we are not heard. Commissioners, this is your chance to listen and to do the right thing. Please vote no. In closing, remember what Willa Cather said. The land just wanted to be left alone to pursue its own fierce strength. And Will Rogers said about the land,
thank you.
And he said thank you too, but the bad thing about land is they just stopped making this stuff. Thank you. Oh, that's not mine.
There you go. Don't have to.
I am Tad Kramar, a Douglas County resident.
The proposed amendment would not advance the interest of the citizens of Lawrence or Douglas County. It is a classic example of discredited bait-and-switch tactics. A proposed CPA submitted July 29 said, quote, residential zoning is now replaced with zoning for both a multi-sport facility and a lacrosse stadium. And it alleged that the proposed sports facility would not be as environmentally harmful to the adjacent wetlands as the previously proposed development. But in September, a revised proposal added hotels, restaurants, offices, and more, and it also now has high-density residential. So this proposal would not result in less environmental damage to the sensitive adjacent wetlands, which are a widely recognized birding hotspot and ecotourism magnet. It ignores the goals and policies of Plan 2040, which has environment and natural resources as its first chapter after the introductory chapter. The sports field and stadium would be brightly lit in the evenings, causing even greater light pollution damage to the wetlands wildlife. The city staff's agenda item report states, quote, intensive commercial areas and sports fields can be challenging to manage and mitigate lighting. Substantial environmental harm to Lawrence's precious wetlands would certainly not advance the interests of its citizens. A CPA does not bind the developer to build only what is specified. If the developer obtains its requested commercial zoning, it could build anything consistent with that zoning, even more intense and extensive commercial development right next to the wetlands, causing even more environmental harm, and possibly competing with and threatening Lawrence's prized downtown. The city would have no control over the privately owned sports facilities' policies and restrictions for use or the fees charged, making the public benefit of this unclear. They might even compete with and reduce potential revenue from Rock Chalk and the youth sports complex. They would not provide a community benefit as defined in Plan 2040, because that definition includes a provision of land, amenities, and/or facilities for public purposes such as parks, public safety facilities, education facilities, cultural and arts amenities, utility enhancements, etc., above that required to serve the development. The sports facilities would not come within any of these categories. Please reject this harmful amendment. Thank you.
We'll take a couple more people here in person, and then we'll look to see if there's anyone on Zoom so we can make sure we can include them.
Hi, I am Margaret Kumar, and the unprecedented conversion of over 50 acres of open space to high-intensity use sets a dangerous precedent because lower insurance premiums are dependent on floodplain protection. According to a city staff report, the city's participation in the FEMA program that includes the protection of the designated regulatory floodplain has a direct impact on the community insurance rating. The regulatory floodplain, as a sensitive land area land use, must continue to be protected. Therefore, this development and its removal of floodplains may result in increased flood insurance premiums. We are at a time where rent, food, utilities, property taxes, and inflation are strangling our community members. Can we also afford an increase in our insurance premiums? And then another thing that I want to reiterate is I personally care a great deal about the Baker wetlands and what inhabits there. And I want you to keep in mind again that they would be seriously damaged. The light pollution would adversely affect the migration of birds. Astronomers would no longer have an unimpeded view of the night sky, and plants, mammals, amphibians, and reptiles that can only survive in the wetlands would be endangered. Why? All of these life forms would be negatively affected by traffic, noise, trash, microplastics pollution from artificial turf, other potential chemical runoffs, and groundwater contamination. Additionally, this development could create a domino effect, because if this development appears south of K10, Who's not to say that other landowners further south could decide that they could make much more money selling to developers than farming? Then in a matter of just a few years, there could be a strip mall extending along Highway 59 all the way to Baldwin City. Is this what we want? There is ample economic development along with vacant business lots and other recreational facilities north of K10, which are not adjacent to the Baker wetlands. Our best interests are served by preserving vital ecosystems such as the Baker wetlands, because to the extent that we compromise the environment, we are only hurting ourselves. So the simple solution, build it somewhere else. Thank you.
Kurt, if I could have you go to slide number 2, please.
Which one's that?
The second slide. Yes, thank you. Okay, hello, my name is Patrick Ross. I'd like to thank you for listening to our presentation. I hope you consider our concerns and that you reflect on the gravity of the decision before you tonight. We as a group have been working on this for a long time. Many of our members played a considerable role in opposing the South Lawrence Traffic Way. I don't know how familiar all of you are with that history, but it spanned multiple decades, got quite ugly, and has irreversibly altered the Haskell side of the Haskell-Baker wetlands. The water doesn't flow like it used to. If you know anything about wetlands, you would know how important that is. In essence, it can't breathe or clean itself like it could previously. I was lucky enough to learn this when I spent a day volunteering with the staff of the Haskell Greenhouse. Courtney King is someone I'd like to highlight. Her and her staff's tireless work within the Haskell grounds should be commended, and it's sad that we as a community are not able to offer more in land restoration and preservation. Haskell is an important context to this decision. The wetlands historically served as a refuge for students to escape from authoritative boarding school and meet with members from their community in privacy. In the 70s, Haskell was forced by the federal government to sell their land to Baker University. Because of the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Department of the Interior, many individuals within the Haskell leadership have been unable to publicly address this situation. But I can tell you that they oppose it. Haskell and its students are a treasure of Lawrence. Indigenous stewardship of the land is something that we as a community would do well to honor and respect once more. This amendment before you does not do that. You've heard the details. We could go for days why this should not pass. Specifically, Dom could talk your ear off. You will hear or have heard from many community members. We as a community do not approve of commercial or high-density residential development on our floodplains, and specifically our cherished wetlands. We ask you to deny this amendment, and furthermore, we ask you to please review and update the revised Southern Development Plan so that our community can feel included in our city planning. Lawrence will grow, but we need to ensure that that growth is logical and strategic. This is not. I'm sure many of you know John Hassey and the service he provided to our community. He helped write the floodplain codes for our city. He opposed this project because it violated all of those codes. Tragically, he has since passed, and his opposition was ignored on technicalities. But his arguments still remain, and they are still true. We, as the Save the Wakarusa River Valley group, ask you to honor those arguments and the will of the public that you have heard tonight. Please stand with all of Lawrence and Douglas County in opposition to outside developers destroying our wetlands in the name of greed. Thank you very much. And I believe John Hassey's daughter will speak now.
Hi, my name is Devin Hassey Kim, 66044. My father served on the Planning Commission like you did, 2001 to 2006. He chaired the floodplain committee that created the floodplain regulation that is being discussed tonight. And we have 3-ring binders about as tall as I am, like 3 stacks of them, from his floodplain, from the floodplain regulation work. I just want to share that with you because he's here tonight, even though we lost him in January. And it's really unfortunate that he had an appeal that was not heard. And his appeal specifically was offering to explain why the language of Article 12 was not being followed. He provided that in an administrative appeal, and there was a hearing set, and then the developer's attorney sent a letter that said he didn't have standing. And then the city staff decided that the BZA should not hear that appeal instead of allowing the BZA to make that decision. And if the BZA had been able to hear that appeal, perhaps they would have decided that he did not have standing, but then he would have been able to appeal that to the district court. But because no one would hear his appeal, he was never able to take it to the next level, to merely explain what Article 12 specifically, how that was not being followed in this proposal. So I just would like to read for you specifically from that appeal, since he wasn't able to get it ever heard, and he won't be able to do that moving forward. But on February 6th, the Director of Planning issued an administrative determination for a floodplain development permit. The determination relies on false information to conclude that the project it addresses meets the local floodplain development ordinance. The H&H study in support of the subject project is not compliant with Article 12 floodplain management regulations of the Development Code. It's unfortunate that this did not make it in front of you because it was held back at staff level. I don't know a lot about how this works, but based on what I understand, this should have come before someone at some point. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, thank you for hearing me. My name's Kelly Barth, and I am the current secretary of the Lawrence Bird Alliance, the local chapter of National Audubon Society. First of all, just let me put this in context. Birds around the world are in crisis. So it's decisions like this that will impact the overall populations of birds. The Lawrence Bird Alliance strongly objects to the installation of a sports complex next to the Baker Wetlands in Lawrence, Kansas. Frankly, we are alarmed at the prospect of any intensive development next to the wetlands. These wetlands, located in the historic Wakarusa River floodplain, are critical resting habitat for migratory birds which travel through Kansas in the Central Migratory Flyway on both their spring flight to the northern breeding grounds and fall flights to the southern wintering grounds. Birds migrate primarily at night, navigating by the moon and stars. Artificial light washes the brilliance of these lights out in the nighttime sky and disorients them. In addition to increased collisions with buildings, disorientation causes the birds to miss critical resting habitat, just like the wetlands. Migratory birds, as the birds are flying thousands of miles, these rest stops are critical for birds to renew their energy to continue these long journeys. Aside from these pass-through migrants, many migratory birds, which are federally protected, make the Baker Wetlands their summer home for breeding and nesting. So there are neighbors, notably yellow-breasted chats, which are particularly disoriented by bright lights, and a species in decline. Orchard orioles, also in decline. Common yellowthroats, which nest only in wetlands areas. And if you've been to the Baker Wetlands, they are plentiful in summer. Bells, red-eyed and warbling vireos, summer tanagers, sedge and marsh wrens, which nest again only in wetland areas, are in notable decline. And eastern meadowlarks, the state bird, common species, in deep decline due to the loss of habitat and breeding success. In the fall, large colonies of red-winged blackbirds and common grackles, which eat all the seed in your feeder, also a common bird in steep declines, roost in the wetlands. Artificial lighting disrupts the natural behavior of the insects that these birds feed upon, and they're a major source of food for these birds. And I just wanted to say the lights and noise from a sports complex adjacent to the wetlands will affect not only these birds, but as someone mentioned earlier, all of the people who come to bird in that area. It's a major draw to the surrounding communities, and it'll affect the tranquility that birders, hikers, and others enjoy in this environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Becky, is there anyone online? I didn't see anyone's hand raised, but I just don't want to exclude anyone who may be joining online. If not, we'll go ahead and hear from people here.
Yeah, I don't see anyone as of yet that have their hand raised, but I might just suggest if there's anyone online who would like to participate, if you wanted to start raising your hand, and then we'll get you lined up that way.
Thank you.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Zach Pastora. I'm Lawrence born. I am the Kansas chapter director of an amazing group called the Kansas Sierra Club, and we represent over 4,000 dues-paying members across the state, thousands more supporters that act with us, including representing the Wakarusa group here locally, and nearly 600 members, dues-paying members, and hundreds more that act with us here in Douglas County and in Lawrence. Honored to be before you tonight, and before I forget, thank you for your public service to Lawrence and Douglas County. We have a long and storied history with this development project in this area. We fought against the South Lawrence Traffic Way, and we also fought for the land mitigation project and the acres for the what is the Baker Wetlands today. We are strongly opposed to amending the comprehensive plan, and that further encroaches on undeveloped floodplains area, wetlands ecosystems, a green space buffer land use designation. We see this proposal as undermining the spirit and values of Plan 2040, and which calls for the preserving and enhancing the natural environments for the enjoyment of future generations, sustainability as a way of life, the proximity of rural and agricultural land to the city to provide beauty and respite, and growth in a fiscally and environmentally responsible manner with the goal of using existing infrastructure and infill opportunities before opening new areas of development, as well as conservation, protection, and promotion of open spaces. I'll remind this commission that after Chapter 1, the introduction of Plan 2040, is Chapter 2, Environment and Natural Resources, which outlines the vision to protect and enhance our rich natural heritage and environment with specific mention of mitigating impacts to our watersheds, sensitive lands, wetlands, and floodplains, and preserving natural surface streams and rivers, developing stream corridors and buffers, strengthening floodplain regulations, wildlife habitat, so on and so forth, as you know. Let's just say this is yet another iteration of the Boston Crossing project is not a low-impact, eco-friendly development, as Plan 2040 calls for. We are worried, as you've heard, about reducing the ecological benefits and services of the wetlands right next door. It should look a lot, inevitably, like the Baker Wetlands instead of what's across the road. Let me just say that, you heard some environmental improvement from this land development project. It's lipstick on a pig, and that's coming from a kid who grew up on a pig farm. So appreciate you considering our testimony on behalf of all of our members, and we'd urge you to vote against this proposal. Thank you.
I've absolutely got to raise this. Slowly, but absolutely. Seal Dawadoa Gichalgi Niwaya Tyler Moore. Hello, my name is Tyler Moore. I am a citizen of the Cherokee Nation and a member of the Wolf Clan. I'm the former 2024-2025 Haskell Brave, and today I'd like to talk to you about the Wakarusa wetlands. Now, the Wakarusa River Valley itself has a direct reflection of Native history throughout the region, starting with the time immemorial with our Kansa and Osage relatives who called this land home, the ones who lived alongside the Wakarusa River Valley for generations. We then go to the removal eras that forced them out of their homelands and saw the beginnings of Lawrence, Kansas, and settler colonialism in the Wakarusa River Valley. We then move to the assimilation era, where Haskell, Indian Nations University, originally a boarding school, was forced onto the lands. And through that, we saw the trauma inflicted on the wetlands themselves. Being taken from natural environment to farmland, where students were forced to go out there and labor day in and day out. We then moved to the termination era for Native students and Native peoples that is also reflected with the wetlands, where the wetlands themselves were pieced up and given out to farmers. We now are in this uncertain era, where, just like Native groups, the wetlands themselves go through periods of growth and then of trauma. Whether it's the STL, which was at one point supposed to be the stopgap of Lawrence to cease development in that direction. Now with this project, that could be all for nothing. This is short-sighted. You're selling something everyone should see as priceless. I'm not going to travel all the way out here just to go to a football field or a soccer field, but I absolutely would travel to see a beautiful wetlands. The wetlands themselves will be intensely impacted by these actions, and these are actions that cannot be easily reversed. Do not make this decision with money in mind. Think of the health of the wildlife that absolutely needs these crucial wetlands. Think of the health of the community, the coming generations that will need these healthy wetlands to experience. And think of your Haskell neighbors who have lived alongside these wetlands, who want to see them grow and heal alongside Haskell's growth and healing. All right, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. I'm actually on a roll. The new Boston Crossing is nothing new at all. So I ask you all to set a precedent and say no. The South Lawrence Traffic Way is going to be the end. We can go east, we can go west, we can go north. Please, I beg you, vote no and don't go south. Wado, thank you.
I'm glad he raised this up so I can address you. Good evening. I hope you had a wonderful day as I did. My name's Hank Orisco. I'm a Lawrence resident for many years. I came here to go to KU many years ago and stayed. I also have property around Wells Overlook that I spent most of the day there today. Beautiful day, beautiful fall day. And I stayed not because there were two new malls that had to be developed 30 years ago, Tanger Mall and the Riverfront Mall, which eventually just became city offices and a hotel because of this irrational exuberance that we needed this because the business was going somewhere to Kansas City. And there's also other people that live in Lawrence that work in Topeka or the greater Kansas City area that choose to live here. Why? I mean, why do they do that? 1,000 people every year are moving here, you know? Well, I think it's because of our unique environment. We have a great environment, natural as well as the university, music scene, etc., you know? But mainly, it feels good to be here. There's the Wakarusa River Valley, there's the Carr River, and all the things that are there, that nature provides, which is there. And that's what I think we really should be emphasizing. And a community has already spoken, like other people have said, in favor of that. So I'm against the new Boston Crossing because of that. But you know, it just seems like this is a pivotal point right now. It really is. These decisions, it may seem like a little increment here and there, but this is a major pivotal point. So I really wish you would, I know you will, but to take the time to really think about this in those terms, in a broader sense, because riparian areas, I'm a biologist as well, so I really know that riparian areas are really crucial in terms of the environment. And we can talk floodplain or wetland. These are technical terms which reflect the importance of those things, but the overall view is that these areas are very important for wildlife and us as well. So anyway, thank you very much.
Hi. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. My name's Ella Rose Nobo, passionate townie. I was born in this town, I've lived in this town my entire life, and I will die in this town. My earliest memory of the wetlands goes back to when I was 4 years old on a preschool field trip. I remember one of the volunteers holding a little bird in front of all of us, and it was the closest I'd ever been to a little bird in its natural habitat. I thought that was super special. Following then became lots of family trips, more school field trips, and I continued to build a very special connection with the wetlands. So it means a lot to me, and I was talking to my mom the other day, and I know it's kind of dark, but I was talking about where I want my ashes to be spread, and the only place I could think of was my wetlands, and how much Lawrence fucking Kansas means to me, and how much the wetlands mean to me, and I've been going since I was a little girl, and I love it still. I went last weekend, and I went when I heard about the, I believe it was like the harvest moon, and I stayed there till the evening, until it got dark, and then I was able to see the beautiful bright orange moon across the horizon, and it was just so beautiful and amazing, and I cried, and I go and I hear the frogs and I see the birds, and it's just so beautiful, and I love it. And thank you guys so much for listening to us. You know, I believe it's your civic duty to hear us and be there for us and represent us. And to that ecologist or whatever, whoever he is, wipe that fucking
You need
smut off
to
your
address
face.
the commission.
I'm sorry.
All comments need to come to the commission.
I'm sorry. Well, Commission, thank you so much, and the wetlands mean a lot to me, and everyone else that is here, and thank you so much. So, yeah, thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Aya Chikewea, Courtney King Wayne's Waone, Nila Pewalia Nehe Miamia, Waya Danuke, Ila Picasso. Hello everyone, my name is Courtney King. I'm Peoria and Miami, and I'm advocating for the denial of the comprehensive plan amendment, which is backed steadfastly by the developers that continue to seek to destroy lands in Lawrence. Look at what the new Boston Crossing developers are proposing now. A commercial entertainment district right next to one of the last remaining intact wetlands of the Wakarusa River Valley. This attempt to build a grotesque entertainment district in the Wakarusa wetlands is a form of slow violence. Instead of calling for and implementing stewardship of these lands and bringing them back to ecologically viable habitats the community consistently calls for, developers only look to forcibly impose their colonial dreams of progress on lands that have been exploited since European settlement. Enough is certainly enough. Local, state, and federal officials promised time and time again that the SLT would not bring development into the Wakarusa corridor, that the highway was only meant to bypass Lawrence. 9 years later, we are already seeing the fallout of one of the most environmentally damaging, racist, and classist projects the city has ever imposed. Furthermore, the indigenous community of Lawrence has consistently opposed building and developing in the Wakarusa River Valley. Organizations such as the Wetlands Preservation Organization have partaken in advocacy campaigns, litigations, marches, and more. Please honor this history and learn from the oppressive policies and decisions put on the indigenous community here. The comprehensive plan was put in place to, quote, establish policies that guide our future growth while preserving and enhancing the natural environment, improving public health and safety, and bolstering our economic vitality. This amendment will give way to harming the natural environment and public health and safety while bolstering economic vitality for developers who do not even live here, but want to continue to extract and exploit our community for short-term profits. I frequently find myself wondering how developers feel no remorse for harming our more than human relations and suppressing the voices of the community they do not even live in. Do they know these lands outside of viewing them as spaces for their destructive colonial outposts? I strongly advise you to deny this amendment for the betterment of present and future generations. Our community has been waiting for far too long for government officials to take action in protecting the Wakarusa River Valley. Because of the decades of inaction, we are now needing you all to stand up for these lands for humans and our more than human relations. Newe.
Hi, my name is Kate Delaney. As a resident of Lawrence, my interest for the future of our city...
Can you speak up a bit? We're having a difficulty hearing you. We're coming in and out.
Thanks. As a resident of Lawrence, my interests for the future of our city do not include more commercial or high-density housing at the expense of open space that is ecologically beneficial. Beyond the impacts of the alteration of the floodplain on our environment, it is an unsustainable area for construction. I grew up in a house that was built on infilled land. Every time it rained, our basement would flood and our house would sink into the earth, causing cracks in the foundation and all the way up the walls of the house. I watched these cracks grow as a child until we had to sell our 2-story, 4-bedroom house for only $20,000 in 2016 due to the expenses of fixing the foundations, which would inevitably sink again. I want to ask you why we would rezone land that is already serving an ecological purpose well in order to create doomed housing and commercial development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Miguel Rivera. I'm a Lawrence community member. As someone who finds the wetlands to be a safe haven and a way to appreciate my love of birds as well as nature, I wholeheartedly oppose this proposition. This proposition is highly alarming and unnecessary, and it will completely undermine the tireless efforts that our Lawrence community members have done to revitalize, restore, and decolonize our beautiful wetlands and environment that have been significantly harmed and traumatized. It is not compatible nor appropriate with the surrounding areas and completely ignores any input from our community, which is a common theme that has been brought up tonight. An argument from a place of ignorance was made earlier about this area being an ecological dead zone. How will further destruction and pollution of the wetlands do anything for biodiversity and reintroducing native species? Trick question, it simply will not. I fail to see how this is a supposed win for everyone when this will completely alter our southern border against the community's best interests and wishes. It is nothing short of perpetuating environmental violence and injustice, which in turn affects all of us, both now and in the future. Calling this a restoration project is both extremely misleading and blatantly uninformed, as we have covered. Significant harm will occur as a result of this development, including massive disruption to the environment and the unique ecosystems that call this area home, including our community who relies on the wetlands for their own physical and mental well-being. All of us have showed up here today from all walks of life because of our shared love and appreciation for the wetlands. Need I remind you that these propositions have been denied 5 times in the past. It is dangerous, it is destructive, and it takes away from the beauty and tranquility that the wetlands provides for each and every one of us. There's a reason why our wetlands are cherished and a huge appeal to the Lawrence community. I urge you to reconsider the plethora of ramifications that this proposition has clearly overlooked. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a hand online, so we'll go online for a moment, and then we'll come back to see if there's more public comment here. Rachel, leave you have your hand up for public comment if you want to unmute and give public comment.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Speak up a little louder if you can.
Okay, how about, is that better? Is that okay?
It's better.
But not great. Okay, my kids are sleeping. Okay, hold on a second. Let me just mute myself so I can talk louder.
If you'd like, we can come back to public comment in the room and then come back to you.
That's okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm gonna sit in the tent. Okay. Great, my name is Rachel Eli. I live on Haskell Avenue in East Lawrence, 66044, and I want to talk about community. And I first just want to say thank you to every single person that has showed up, and thank you to all of you that are listening. It is almost 10 o'clock at night, and we're all doing the thing that we are trying to do, which is show up for our community. And so I just want to say, yay, that's really, really good. It makes me proud to live here. So I moved here, I went to Baker University to study wildlife biology, so I spent a lot of time in the wetlands. And I love the wetlands. I looked up stats, 492 species of plants, that's incredible, 387 species of vertebrates, 288 species of birds, and this is just what people have seen. So this community that I'm talking about is obviously about the people, but it's also about the more than human community, which includes our plants and our animals and our land. And that is something that makes Lawrence incredibly special, because this place is special. We are on the edge of the oak hickory deciduous forest, right when it starts going into prairie, and we have this incredible river valleys that Lawrence has sandwiched in, the Kansas River, Wakarusa River. Not only that, but we have one of the top ecological restoration scientists that live here in Lawrence, Courtney Masterson, and we also have Haskell University, which has, I don't know how many tribes are represented with Haskell University, but there are a lot. So our community is diverse with people, it's diverse. Oh, and I didn't even mention KU. Oh gosh, there's all the biologists and the scientists over there. We are rich with people that know a lot, and we are rich also with ecosystems. We have the forests and the prairies and the wetlands and the floodplains. Something that we know now is that flood events are increasing, our climate is in collapse, our animals we're losing more because they don't have intact ecosystems. So anything that is intact is going to work better because it's working as a whole. And I'm so excited. It's really important to keep these ecosystems intact and also to protect these places. Our rivers and our streams connect each other. They connect our forests. They're some of the last connected habitats that we have in our communities or along our rivers. So while it seems like, where do we start with coming back to our environment? We start with our water, because it's our water that's going to be the most problematic as climate destabilizes. And so I just wanted to reiterate a few things. So we have...
I'm sorry, but you're out of time.
Thank you.
But thank you for your comment. Is there anyone here in the room that would like to give public comments?
Hello. My name is Brenna Regan, he, him, 66049, and I've lived in Lawrence for about 6 years. I moved here to participate in the environmental studies program at KU, and what I learned during my time there made me much more anxious about the state of the world than I ever thought I could be. It got me paying lots more attention to local politics and made me realize things might not be so much better where I am. I'll be honest, what I've seen and heard in my time here hasn't made me feel particularly proud to live here. Standing up to protect the wetlands would help to restore my faith in the city's government, though. I don't care what the developers have to say. I don't care how many changes are made to the plans for New Boston Crossing. Building on a floodplain benefits no one and never will. You really and truly have no idea how much this issue weighs on my mind day after day after day. I want to live somewhere that's beautiful. I want to live somewhere where wildlife is taken into consideration. I want to live somewhere that puts people before profits. I want to live somewhere where the safety and happiness of its residents now and in the future are more important than a business's Weasley promises. I want to feel proud to live here, and I hope you guys won't let me down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, if it pleases the commission, my name is Sarah Anise, and I am a part of zip code 66044. I am just here because this has been an issue that's weighed on my mind a lot too, backing up Brenna. I moved to Lawrence in 2015 as a student where I studied journalism. And one of the first classes that I took as a freshman was the Great American Landscape, which is an honors English course taught by Professor Todd Giles. And during that time, we were taken on a field trip to the Wakarusa River Valley and wetlands. It was a really cold morning in, I think, November, and that moment in time left a really indelible mark on me as a person, and it's something that I think about a lot. I remember seeing the wildlife and thinking I had never really been that close to any type of creature in a way that was not kind of forced and artificial. And I'm not really an environmental person. Like, I have never really considered myself to be an environmentalist, but it really started to change how I looked at the relationship to the environment, because I was always scared of kind of like things attacking me. But that's besides the point. So I just wanted to say that during that time, I met with a student of Haskell University, and at that point in time, I was able to learn about the history and indigenous community of Lawrence and how much injustice has been perpetrated toward that community. And it is inherently against the strategic plan and initiative of 2040, I think Project 2040, about how we need to be expanding, but it's also deeply harmful to be pretending and acting as if we're trying to incorporate and include and make something equitable when we're telling you over and over and over again that it's disproportionately harming people. So I just want to put that out there. And then they brought way more facts than me, so I'm just going to lay it out here. I have a really personal experience with how dangerous this project is. I was driving to a wedding in Overland Park on June 1st of 2023, and during that trip, I was dressed up in a complete South Asian outfit, and there was a turtle that was crossing the road. I got out of my car to try and save it, and I saw that turtle get hit 3 times, and I was genuinely considering trying to run across the street, but I didn't think I would be able to because of how heavy my outfit was. I hoped that if I waved my arms really big, that other cars who were stopping would, slow down, but they didn't. I saw 2 different people hit the same turtle, and I learned after the fact, as a participant of the KU field station, that turtles who are typically migrating that way typically have babies, and they're trying to find water in order to do that. And so I'm here tonight on behalf of that turtle who I saw very, very violently mowed down by something that really could have been avoided. We pretend that we're going to mitigate these things, but we aren't. And the point is, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We've seen that over and over again, and I would really love to not be here tonight. I would really love to be at home in my jammies, but I really appreciate you being here, and I hope that we never have to have this conversation again, because it's already caused too much damage. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in person to give public comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Logan Schultz. I am not from here. I moved here very recently. But in my short time here, I have visited the Wakarusa River Valley and the wetlands quite frequently. I live very nearby, and it's a very special place, and I would hate to see it get destroyed. So when I saw the proposal, I was kind of appalled, and it's clear I'm not alone. So I just want to encourage you all to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody. My name is Juan Roman. I live in 66046. I've been living in Lawrence since 2013. I discovered the wetlands by accident once that I was feeling so sad that I just began walking. And I wanted to go to some hills that I had seen nearby. And I discovered the wetlands. And I walked through there and somehow felt recharged. My sadness kind of disappeared magically. Now I walk through the wetlands whenever I feel sad, whenever I feel happy, whenever I want to exercise. I love that place. I come from Bogota, Colombia. We used to have a lot of wetlands in our city. We call them humedales. Developers began filling them with dirt, slowly filling them with dirt, until they dry them. And then under the justification that there were no longer wetlands, they began building small stuff, putting cattle, and then began 20-floor buildings. And now, last year, for the first time in, I don't know, forever, we had a drought in the city because of water scarcity. Nowadays, when we in Kansas are discussing the aquifers that are in danger for our water use, it is perhaps more important than ever to take care of our own water sources, not only for us, but for our children and our grandchildren. So, guys, trade a body of water for some, I don't know, some soccer fields, basketball fields, some recreational center, seems to me like an absurd idea, like a terrible idea. Please don't do it. That's it.
Is there any other public comment to be made on this item tonight? Is there any public comment online?
I'm not seeing anyone else with their raised hand.
Okay, we will now close public comment on this item this evening, and the applicant will have 5 minutes to respond to anything that they would like to respond to.
Can I say it from over here?
No, you have to go to the podium. Sorry.
I just wanted to say that I, over the last 3 months or so, have taken in a lot of public opinion on this. I want this to serve as an example to heal that relationship between people and developers and trying to get towards a common goal. You know, it doesn't have to be us versus them. It can be, you know, we. And money is involved, of course, with everything. And good things don't happen in the world without it. So, out of the public comment that I've gotten from a lot of people, if I was able to continue, I go into all the mitigation that we have planned for the light, sound.
You have 5 minutes. You can.
Can I pause for can I pause my 5 minutes?
Do you
to start
need
it?
your presentation? Yeah.
Yeah,
Kirk.
start it. Start it. You got 5 minutes. I think he's got it. Yes. Okay. How did you get it to where it?
She's a genius.
Very much a genius.
Yeah, and so the man behind the curtain.
I don't want to scroll. Oh, we're conflicting scrolling. Where's the man behind the curtains? Okay, there we go. Mitigation. Okay, so we're required, there's lighting standards within the city code for lighting near wildlife habitat. We are required to have a 1 out of a 1 to 5 standard for backlighting, a 0 for uplighting, and a 0 for glare. This is the bare minimum lighting, and I just wanted to show what exactly that looks like specifically for the sports fields. We're not required to do a lot of things with the sports fields since they are exempt from a lot of the lighting requirements that are established earlier on in the code. But we wanted to take that further and take the community input and impose this dark sky program to avoid light pollution into the surrounding area. And that goes for noise pollution, trash, pollution of the water, and eventually into site plan using best practices with using native plants and et cetera. So that's my spiel. So.
Great, wonderful. Thank you. If we have any questions for you, we will ask them. Is now a good opportunity to take a recess? Okay, we will be in recess for 5 minutes. back on the record, and we will now move into discussion. Bring it back for discussion to the committee. Yes.
So I just want to understand when we're talking about floodplain and floodway, even though that didn't come up, I didn't hear that. Sandy, could you go into what is going to be in the floodplain? I heard something about 52 acres. Is that in the floodplain? And what are we doing in the floodway? Just can you give us an overview? Thank you.
It went weird. At this point tonight, you do not have a specific development proposal in front of you. So I can't answer that question. The plan has kind of a generic amount of acreage that would be commercial, high density, and open space. It does not immediately correlate to what the floodplain boundary of the entire parcel is. There are a number of code requirements that would be applicable at the subdivision stage, also at the site plan stage, that would really delve deeply into those requirements.
And follow up, and what's the current state of FEMA? Have they weighed in yet, or they haven't weighed in yet?
I don't know if Amy Miller is on the call.
She was before break.
There she
is, yeah.
Good evening, Commissioners. Amy Miller, Assistant Planning and Development Services Director. The applicant may be able to speak to this as well. The applicant has submitted a conditional letter of map revision to FEMA, and it is under review with FEMA.
But just to clarify, though, that is specific to the project that they have ongoing, and that's not what we're talking about tonight. So just to feed on to Prashant's question, does the comprehensive plan amendment provide for commercial development in the floodplain?
It doesn't prohibit it or allow it one way or the other.
Okay.
The comprehensive plan amendment is painting a very broad brush of land use intensity within the boundary of the plan that you are considering.
Gotcha, thank you.
Sandy, in a nutshell, if possible, so what the requirements are now, what will be the difference if this is passed?
That's a very good question. Right now, the specific property that we refer to as New Boston Crossing, it's been annexed. There's a preliminary plat that is actually about to expire, and there is zoning on that property. As a condition of annexation, you need to zone property. So there's a zoning pattern out there. Part of what happened when the property was zoned a couple years ago was a finding that does the proposed request conform with the comprehensive plan? Well, the answer is no to that zoning. That was one finding in that whole category when we talked about rezoning. The approval or denial of this, I think, does open up a broader discussion for the commission, for staff. This is an applicant-driven request. This is not a planning activity that staff is taking on. So opening up the whole plan and really looking at it and looking at every individual property within that, that would be, this group would weigh in on those kinds of things. How this actually affects the specific development request, I think that's very difficult to answer right now.
Okay.
Cindy, while you're here, kind of along those lines, this would be changing the comprehensive plan or updating it. When was the last time something like this was changed? This portion that we're looking at, is that the 2013?
This specific area really has not been revised since 2007. The 2013 amendment addressed what we know today as Menards. That was a specific land use discussion of property on the north side of 31st Street.
Thank you. I know that was all in there, but it just was.
That's okay.
Sandy, could you put up a picture of the land use change that's being requested in, I can't remember if it's 3.2 or 3.1?
Yeah.
And then would you point out what the changes are on that land use map?
I'm sharing. Okay, I did it. Okay, so this is what the revised Southern Development Plan looks like today in the plan. So if we talk about this area, it's still projecting K10 as a future highway construction project. It's only showing the then annexation of that portion of the property when today this entire piece is annexed into the city. That's what is in the plan today. What's proposed is this. So all of these other land uses stay the same. What is proposed is really making this area, instead of in the previous request being commercial, which is really kind of this area, and then residential, or even possibly mixed use. The request is to make this area in that plan from residential to commercial, adding commercial down here, and that is consistent with how the property is actually zoned. And then the revision is to add high-density residential in generally this area.
So it's a significant increase in the amount of commercial that's planned. It's the elimination of the medium residential and the, I guess I would...
It would be the addition of high-density residential.
Yes. But there is no specific low or medium residential in this comprehensive plan amendment, only medium.
High.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
only high.
So, yeah, so these areas had some low density. This was medium density. This is medium density in that plan. So this would take that to a high density. And the colors are not great on the screen, but that's what that's representing.
And to follow off of that, either plan, the residential or this more intense kind of revision, neither of those are compliant with the current, the 2007, 2013 comprehensive plan that we're talking about, right?
Correct.
So either use for either of these would need a plan amendment of some point, of some sort at some time.
That is how we handle development proposals. An applicant will come in and say, I have an idea of what I want to do, and we'll look at it. And we'll go back to that other graphic that I had. And we'll ask a set of questions of the developer. Is the property annexed? Yes, it is. Does your project conform with the comprehensive plan? If it does not, then we will advise an applicant that you need to proceed with a comprehensive plan amendment. Every project that we have seen for New Boston Crossing, and I forget the couple of names before that, did not conform to the comprehensive plan or the area plan for this property. Part of it is that this plan has not been updated since 2007 comprehensively.
Okay.
So it does not reflect the adoption of Plan 2040, which speaks to having mixed use, having more density. It also does speak to those environmental pieces, and those environmental pieces are also captured in our land development code, far stronger than we've ever seen in any zoning code in my 30 years with the city. So the plan itself is out of date, period. Almost any significant project would not be able to comply with the comprehensive plan. So that's why we're looking at a comprehensive plan amendment related to a development, and I'm challenging you to don't focus on the specific thing that's being proposed. This is a bigger global question that's being asked. They get through this process, one way or the other, they're going to have to go through a zoning process. That will be a public process. The property, as it has preliminary plat approval, it does not have a final plat, it does not have public improvement plans. As I mentioned, that preliminary plat is about to expire, so they will have to go through that new process. That will be coming back to this body. It's entirely possible that the zoning and the plat would come to you as a package. There is no requirement for a comprehensive plan amendment to bring forward a preliminary plat or a specific development application. Because again, we're asking you to look at the big picture. Is this category appropriate or not appropriate?
And the 2013 process that amended this sector for the Menards project, was that a full community project, or was that also
No, that was an applicant-driven project, and we see applicant-driven projects all the time. This is not unusual for this body to consider a comprehensive plan amendment related to a specific development.
But the last time this went through the community planning staff-led would have been in 2007. 2007.
I think, yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of the plans, I'm trying to name a couple off the top of my head. I'm trying to pull them out of thin air. It's not working for me. West of K10, Farmers Turnpike, Northeast Area Plan. They were all done right around 2008, 9, and 10, more or less, give or take a few years in there. And that was really at a point when staff was able to kind of sit back and take a look in that broad spectrum approach. We had a dip in applications, there was some time available, and staff had a chance to really do that. We recognized when we came out in 2013, we started Plan 2040, that we were going to have to revisit those plans at some point, just because they, even between 2013 and 2019, when the plan was adopted, a lot had changed in the world, just acknowledging that that's the way the things work. And so part of what we're working on right now is trying to get it into a position where staff is able to go through those plans and start to kind of do a more comprehensive updating process. That just takes a lot of time, and as you all know, we've had a lot of large cases and large amendments coming through that have really taken out the bandwidth on staff. And so we haven't been able to proceed with those as fast as we would have hoped to coming out the door. So what you've seen probably since about 2015, 2016 is those applicant-led comprehensive plan amendments, and Horizon 2020 had a list of them in the front, and Plan 2040 has a very similar list. And always one thing that sticks in mind with comprehensive plans and these kind of things is that it's but one possible outcome. There's a lot of different outcomes and avenues that could be there, but what it really comes down to is a community conversation about what does that look like. And so there's any number of ways that they can be assembled, there's any number of ways they can be reviewed, but it's really just that kind of high level, broad strokes look at it and said, if in totality, is this meshing with where we think we want to be as a community? I'm not sure if that particularly helps get at Commissioner Rexroad to get at your question, and Commissioner Eldridge kind of tangentially at the question I think you raised, but I hope that kind of helps kind of bring comprehensive planning into a bit of focus.
Yeah, and I went back and looked at some of the planning orientation documents and work plan, and I mean, and it had been hoped that this plan would get looked at in 2020 or 2024. So I think it's kind of understood that this plan, in particular the sector plan, is kind of up for a relook, but we've had the land development code and we've had a lot of other big projects that have kind of come down the pipe.
Yeah, and the Planning Commission had kind of set those kind of in an order of what they thought were key to be looked at. And so that's what we've been kind of going through, is that initial listing of these with the kind of the running order that we needed to be going through. And We're still working on the first two, unfortunately. We're trying our best, but it highlighted that that was one to work on too.
May I ask, just for clarification, land is annexed, land is zoned. I see that it is currently UR, CC, M2, R2, R1, P2. That's what it says in the...
Yes,
okay.
that is correct.
As it is right this second, regardless of this body, regardless of the proposed amendment, what could be developed by right? Just because it's annexed, it's zoned, what can be done today?
And again, that's a challenging question because you have all of the floodplain work that still has to happen. That preliminary plat was approved conditionally with a number of conditions that have to be met.
Sure.
Part of that was getting through the floodplain permit process. Today, as of today, the applicant, if they wanted to execute the plan that they have kind of approved, they are looking at a minimum of a new preliminary plat in that same configuration that this body considered. There would be land disturbance permits. They would potentially be able to go forward with some of the commercial development that they are proposing. If you were to look at potentially rezoning some of that property to a mixed use, you may be able to get at some of the other components of what their current plan is. I did have a conversation with land plan representatives very early on in the project, and we looked at, okay, with the change in zoning that occurred from the time that they had those approvals to today, where do those use groups kind of fall? And in order to maximize what they would like to do, they would have to rezone. So again, it's a very hard question to answer because there's still a piece of the puzzle, which is the floodplain approvals that are still hanging out there.
But all of that would be to a specific piece of land, a specific project that is not before us tonight.
Yes, that is correct.
It's really, we're thinking about this as a comprehensive plan amendment.
Yes.
For a huge chunk of the land that we're talking about. And there have been several different projects proposed for this particular thing, none of which actually, correct me if I'm wrong, conform with the comprehensive plan as it is right now. So at some point, if that particular piece were to be used, they'd have to figure that out. But we're looking broader.
Yeah, there are components.
I think my clarification was purely and simply like it is already beyond like, you know, the initial phase of like annexation and all the other preliminary parts that go into getting it to a developmental stage. Yes, there's 1,000 steps beyond tonight. But it seems like even in the proposed zoning, they're going from 6 or 7 down to 3 zoning, if that's their proposed future, if it goes down that route. And so it's just, I'm just trying to like wrap my brain around where we are in the process and what effect we would have.
Is it accurate to say that the decision that we have to make tonight is not about a project, but do we feel that commercial residential development as shown in that diagram is appropriate in this area? And how it gets there, whether FEMA allows it to happen, how it fits in and around floodplains, all of that will be determined in step 700. But today is just, do we believe that area is right for this?
Even what it is, there's no reason to know whether that would end up being a sports facility or a movie theater or
commercial in these areas and high-density residential in one little slice. That's the request for us to consider.
Yeah.
And at a minimum, and I don't know that I've really totally decided either way tonight, at a minimum, it would have to come back before this body at least 2 to 4 more times, probably. Is that a true statement?
Before anything was built, Chair.
Yep.
Okay.
This is just.
Yeah, this is just.
Are we going to?
Not step 1, but it's step 1A.
Well, and it's not even about this project. I mean, any other developer or owner with land in this area would be able to look at this amendment and determine different things or come before.
And one of the important issues would be whether these three globs are consistent with Plan 2040 in terms of whether it fits into the rest of 2040. I mean, it is a part of 2040, but it also is driven by 2040.
We're talking about changing 2040 though, right?
The only change you make to Plan 2040 is the amendment in 8B, I think, which is the area plan. So we are not effectively changing any text in Plan 2040 with this amendment.
And your finding was that this proposal is consistent with 2040?
With Plan 2040, yes.
What we're doing is looking at an area plan that was developed or looked at last through a full staff process with community input and going through more of the longer input process in 2007. So over 18 years ago was the last time that the community had an opportunity to really do a robust review of what does this sector of land mean to us as a community. And I think that's where we need to think about that focus. So with a comprehensive plan amendment, particularly in this way of thinking about a sector plan, there are a lot of stakeholders, and I think we heard from some tonight. We also heard about some tonight that weren't necessarily here involved in this process, but unincorporated citizens, the university experts that we have in our community, multiple university experts that we have in our community, members of Haskell, members of the city, members of Baker. And so there really are a lot of stakeholders that are involved in this particular sector of the community. And the last time it was really looked at by the whole community was in 2007. And so we've gone through Horizon 2020 and Plan 2040 and some changes that have been made. I think it's important that we keep that in mind. There were people here to talk about it this evening, which is great, but there were also a lot of people that would maybe participate in a staff-led consideration of a sector plan. I mean, that it takes a lot of resources and time to do that, but part of the reason that staff hasn't been able to get to that is because there's been other projects that come along. But that tells you how intense it can be to give a real review of a sector plan. And I think I get nervous or concerned when we do it with just one process, and we'll go in front of the Planning Commission, in front of the City Commission, and in front of just the City Commission. So it'll go in front of all three boards. And so there will be other opportunities for people to speak out, but less opportunity for people to provide the robust process that, or comments and be involved in a longer staff-driven versus applicant-driven process. And I think that's an important thing to keep in mind.
So just trying to wrap my head around what that means. Similar to the conversation we had in the last item, it's, I don't know what the timeline is for that. I also don't understand which one should inform the other. Should this overarching, larger scale comprehensive plan inform then the work in the sector plan to get into the detail, or do you start with the detail and then have that kind of reflect back up into what the larger comprehensive plan should be? I've always thought about it in the other way. That if we came to the conclusion that in this area that commercial and high density residential was appropriate, would that then inform the more intense work on the sector plan to get into that final product?
But we're actually amending the sector plan. So I don't disagree that I think that the comprehensive plan can guide, most certainly I think it almost has to guide a sector plan that's being reviewed under the comprehensive plan. But I think what I'm saying is we're going ahead and amending that sector plan through this process. That I just am concerned about the ability of all of the stakeholders involved with this in this area having an opportunity to weigh in on. I think they would still be guided by Plan 2040.
Correct. If you want to think of it, the best way is 2040 is like an umbrella. All the other plans kind of work underneath of it in some way. And so that's why you see them show up in 8B as specific land use plans. And so while a lot of things will have broad, high-level guidance in 2040, those specific land use plans bring in some details and specificity that may be pertinent to an area that is, different than somewhere else, or has a different characteristic that we've deemed that maybe needs a different look at it. But essentially, they all kind of nest under 2040, and they work in that way. And so it's very similar to how they nested under Horizon 2020 before it was discontinued. So it's really kind of a, best way to describe it's almost like a top-down in some ways, if that makes any sense.
When we are doing it like we are tonight, isn't it more like playing whack-a-mole? Somebody comes in and wants something, and so we're going to shift everything around rather than having the umbrella that says this is really what people are looking for and would like. Now, if you can fit into it, that's great, but now I don't see us doing that. So I'm a developer, I come in, I want this, whack. I'm another developer, I want something different, whack. And I'm not sure that's, I don't even want to use the word fair, I'm not sure that's what the comprehensive plan is asking us to do.
I would hazard to say it is actually what it's asking you to do in many ways. It is a living document. It needs to be looked at. We kind of go through this every time when we do a comprehensive plan amendment or we're looking at these areas, is we're taking a look at where we're at right now. What is the community at that moment? And so comprehensive plans usually have 20, 30-year lives, and forever you need to be looking at them to understand what is going. So if it's brought by staff or it's brought by an applicant, it's still a review to kind of understand is those underpinnings the same? Do we still have that same basic rubric that we believe to be at the heart of this item? And if not, we need to take a look and change it. If we do, great. We can take it forward on that one. And again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's really a conversation about values in a lot of respects. So, a lot of things you bring up can be related, and you see them in zonings and plattings and those things, and they have golden factors and they have different criteria that you go to. And then part of the comp plan conversation is really kind of distilling the essence of what you expect out of 2040 to go into those smaller area plans, into those specific attributes.
And Charlie, I think the way I perceive it isn't necessarily whack-a-mole with this particular land use. Yes, there have been a lot of variances, but like that was my question to Sandy, was it's zoned, it's annexed, like at one point or another it will be developed. It doesn't seem, floodplains, all the other thousands of steps beyond, right? So from my perspective, from what we have in front of us today, plans aside, soccer fields, whatever it is down the road, we're looking at it from the perspective of this is land that's annexed and zoned already. It had to be zoned. The request is to amend it so that it fits a particular design for future use, right? And that's what I think Jeff was saying is like, does it align with the values of we want these residential, we want these commercial uses, and this green space use, right? And so we have to be, at one point or another, it's going to be developed. It's just what do we see as right for that area?
But it's not just the uses. Mm-hmm. It is those things that we say in our comprehensive plan about increasing the density mm-hmm. of the residential. It's things like preserving prime farm ground. Mm-hmm. It's things like preserving the downtown area. Mm-hmm. It's all of those principles that are the overarching guiding ones. And the sector plan basically says, how do those principles fit this particular area? Mm-hmm. And so I think of the sector plan as being more detailed but expressive mm-hmm. of the broad principles in a smaller area. And that's why.
So, and all that said, just to pile on and just to follow up maybe a little bit, Charlie, from what you were describing, I think to a degree what you described is accurate. I imagine developers feel the same way. But it is the method it's a method we offer the community to work through. It's what we've got. The notion of saying that we're not going to do anything at all until, full, complete sector plan processes have gone through, that could be years in the making. We're basically saying no. I mean, it's tantamount to that. So if I can just kind of peel off to a little bit different direction here, just looking at that land, we went through an exercise in this a few years ago.
Too.
And I find myself after listening to comment tonight and thinking about that use again, kind of leaning in the same direction that I was at that time. I look at the map, and I hear the commentary about Baker Wetland and how vitally important that is, and I agree. I love that we have this, I'll call it an amenity, this feature, this wonderful thing in our community. And I'm looking at it on the map, it just occurred to me, it's likely the single largest, single land use outside of city boundaries that exists in Douglas County. The thing that we're talking about is not Baker Wetlands, though. It's next to Baker Wetlands. It's separated from Baker Wetlands by a road. It happens to sit on an intersection that's one of the most active intersections in Douglas County, which suggests it's got some commercial viability. And as much as I value, and others here have expressed the value for the wetlands, there's, as I move my map up north and I look at the 100,000 other people that are up there, there's value for this as well. I don't know, I struggle with the idea that it has to be just one thing or the other, that we can't find some way for these to coexist. And while we're not talking about any specific development tonight, I was encouraged to hear that, there are some people out there that think about this land not as just pure development and try to cram as many dollars out of it as you can, but think about it through the lens of restoration. Think about it from the lens of how it fits next to something as vital and precious as the wetlands are. When I think about just that one question, right, is this an appropriate use for this? I'm really concerned about how the commercial development would happen. I'm very concerned about that. And if a plat came to me that said they were going to change the elevation or they were going to do something that increased flood risk there, I would be a hard no. Probably shouldn't say that. But I would really have to think hard about something like that. Maybe that's better. At the same time, though, there's a lot of ground there that's not in the floodplain. And people have been making runs at this for quite some time. Every time we get at it, it seems to improve a little bit. But anyway, I'm not completely decided yet. I really want to hear what everybody else has to say, but I'm kind of leaning that way.
Can I ask a question? So, Jeff, the last time we had this, or maybe Sandy, this thing come in front of us, it was stated that our floodplain requirements are more strict than FEMA's. Is that still true? Or am I misstating that? Like somehow Lawrence or Douglas County has more stringent. Is that an Amy Miller question?
It'd probably be Amy has to address that one.
Yeah.
You are correct, Commissioners. We have what are called above and beyond regulations. There are FEMA-based regulations. There are state-based regulations, and then Lawrence actually has more restrictive regulations than both of those. So we do have what's called higher regulatory standards.
So Amy, does that mean that even if FEMA, whatever they decide to say about this, you have a right to say what you need to say after that, right? Like, and we don't, correct?
The process that is happening with FEMA right now is solely to amend the floodplain maps, the boundary of the maps. That doesn't really have an impact on our regulations. Our regulations would still apply. It would just be, they would be based on whatever FEMA potentially changes the delineation of where the floodplain is.
Gotcha.
Other discussion,
I'll
questions?
go ahead and weigh in here. Obviously, I mean, as to each one of us, and I'm not going to put words into each of our mouths, but that area to the east of what we're talking about, the wetlands, it's important to all of us. It's important to all of Douglas County. But Gary brought up a point that it's been nagging at the back of my brain for 2 hours here. And even though it's not a natural barrier, there is a barrier between the land we're talking about and the Baker wetlands. There's a road that goes through there, and that road's not lower than either of those chunks of land. It is higher. It does serve as a barrier, and we obviously have to take that into account into whatever decisions are made tonight, 2 months from now, 12 months from now, 2 years from now, as whatever, as Michael said, is going to happen on this land. It is going to happen at some point. It is zoned already for development. And we need to use those barriers in making that decision. Do we want to ruin the wetlands? Absolutely not. Do we want to protect them? Absolutely. Do we want to use what is potentially, as Gary stated, a very, very valuable potential piece of commercial property for the county, for Lawrence, in bringing in tax dollars, as none of us like paying the level of taxes we pay now. Could this help? Maybe. Hopefully. And it's just, and everybody in the crowd tonight needs to realize this is simply one step in, as we have said, a multi-step, doesn't even begin to say it. I'm going to say dozens of steps as to whatever this ends up being on this property. Tonight's just one part of that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is many steps, and I think the developer has staying power that I've never seen before. I think he's been at this for more than a decade. And I appreciate the fact that he keeps working at it. I think it's very important. I think it's very important how it ends up being, because it is more transitional land. It's that conflict between the rural and the urban. We deal with it all the time, but this is special because of the Baker wetlands and because of the uncertainty about the floodplain. And I don't know that we have any idea right now if these are good designations. 2 years ago, when we talked about this project, we were very impressed with the multitude of kinds of housing. We were all interested in affordable housing at every level. And they were proposing, as part of a comp plan amendment, low density housing, single family, medium density, and high density. Now we seem to have only high density. They were proposing a multitude of kinds of commercial. And now we have just sort of blank commercial. We don't have any proposed as mixed use, which was one of the things that I think we wanted a lot of out of 2040, and that is certainly emphasized in our land development code. So I'm very torn. I don't know what I'm going to do about voting, because I think this is a significant problem, and I don't know if more information would help or if an earlier hour would help. But I think we've got to remember those things, and whether these three blobs at this time are meaningful or are just going to cause us problems because they're only part of a sector plan that really needs to be updated.
Others?
I guess I have more questions than answers. So this area was annexed, so it has to have some zoning. Has to have some, who decides that? How was that decided?
How was the zoning decided?
How was that for this particular 171 acres or whatever it was? How was that decided?
That was decided based on a request from the applicant that came through the public process, that came in front of this body with various recommendations, and went to the city commission, who ultimately approved it and approved the ordinances that changed the zoning.
So I guess my thinking is, I can't think of many other areas where there have been more contentious, divergent thoughts about what should be done with this area, as exemplified by the group that we had here tonight, saying, here's what we'd like. I would rather see us, I don't know how it works, but I'd rather see us come back, give, whether this body does it, who does it, give the community a chance to speak to what they want this area to be, not have to take a project and say, oh, I don't like that, I don't like this. Let's make a public decision about what ought to happen to this area, and then see if people can fit into what the group has said, here's what we would like to see. And I still think we're doing it just backwards. I don't know what the outcome would be, but I think people would be a lot happier. I'll say I would be a lot happier saying, the people have spoken, they have had plenty of time to give input, and here's what the community has said we want for this area. And then cast it out to the companies and say, here's what we have decided. If you can fit into it, come and fit into it. But I don't see us doing that. I see it doing just the opposite of that. Well, here's what we'd like to build. You change this in whoever the first young lady standing right there, that young lady, said, and we've all said it, 3 minutes. You get 3 minutes, that's it. We're going to make decisions. You can have 3, you can have 3, you can have 3, you can have 3, ad nauseum. I'd rather see us stop, make a decision about this area, then let people fit what the community has decided they want.
I think partly a part of that, it's important to remember that the developer and all of the companies you're talking about, like, would also be at that table.
Sure.
Right? So, I mean, it's not, I think this we're not talking about a project, but the project that's kind of been forcing this hand, I mean, seems like a good project. They've been at it for a long time. They're trying to work with the people who are involved. And so it's not about any one particular project, but more about this area of land. And I think part of the us versus them, somebody mentioned, like, it's they wish it wasn't an us versus them situation. And I think part of what creates that is it coming through this way versus looking at the sector plan. Everyone, developers and community members and a lot of the other stakeholders I mentioned, having that conversation, because there's some of the stuff in these projects that we've seen for this particular project that we know of that could be really great. We were all very excited about the affordable housing. Like, that is a value set that I think the community would probably talk about when they were talking about the sector plan. So it's about having everyone at the table, including the developer or the commercial entities that want to participate as well. It's bringing everyone together.
I understand the desire to have more direction provided on this, but this is the hard work that we've got in front of us tonight. Mm-hmm. We don't have a process like you've described. And correct me if I'm wrong, but there are general processes that'll go on to build out and construct like the comprehensive plan and more detailed processes around sector plans, but those things take time. They operate independent of projects that are independent of specific projects. But we also, as a community, have this mechanism for someone who wants to do something. They have an idea, they have a thought, whatever it might be, and they bring that to the city, and the city works with them over months and great expense to get to a point where we are tonight, where the criteria is understood and given to us to make a decision. And it is that is another way that sector plan, that comprehensive plan is how it evolves. It's not, I don't think that's I don't know how to qualify that, but it's the mechanism that we have, and it's the thing that's before us tonight. I'm honestly super uncomfortable with the idea that says we're going to kick this thing down the road through some undefined process, through undefined timeline. I don't know how people engage with the community to do business when we do that.
I don't think it's undefined. I mean, there's statutory requirements to do an annual review of the comp plan, and the sector plans are reviewed. And I just feel like just because we haven't gotten around to it since 2007 doesn't mean that we don't actually win the time when we get four. I'd rather it be something we're able to do well versus have our hands forced, I think, is part of what. And 2007 was a very long time ago. And so, at least in my mind.
And if the trend continues, it'll be a while before it gets done.
Well, but it shouldn't continue, right? This should prompt us to look at this sector plan and bring, let's make a motion to initiate relooking at the sector plan, right? The Planning Commission has talked about that at orientation and talked about doing those things, and it's always kicked it down the can. And at some point, it becomes our responsibility to do it, and to do it through a process that it involves more community members after 18 years.
So I don't disagree, and I think we should do that. I don't, though, think that we should hold a request that's in front of us hostage to that work. That's just my opinion. I don't think
we're holding anything hostage. And I think, as Mr. Crick has pointed out, all of these area plans that were done 10 or more years ago need to be updated. The staff has been underfunded, undersized, and been expected to take on huge tasks like the Land Development Code. And that is not anybody's fault. That is not a reason to rush into a decision because somebody understandably wants something done right now. We have to do it right.
So I think
we have to create a situation where we don't have 11 years worth of projects that keep getting turned down at the same spot with people who were angry over all those years. We need to operate as a community with a sector plan that's been updated, that's current, that fits with 2040, that is driven by staff. I don't think there's any other alternative at this point. I think that
there's an alternative. I mean, it's to do the thing that we've been asked to do tonight.
Yeah.
And I would respectfully disagree with you and I doubt that the staff or the applicant feels like this has been rushed. I don't sense any rushing in this at all. In fact, this is just the beginning step. And if I could take it back from the absence of process, the absence of this other plan, and just go back to the application that's in front of us tonight. Having read through that, how many pages is that? 300? I mean, it's huge. Significantly thorough.
247.
I need to ask the public to make sure that they are quiet and that they are respectful to all the members of the commission that are speaking.
It's significantly thorough. And it articulates the decision criteria that we have, that we should be using, that we're asked to use to make this call. And I can't find that Sandy's missed on that work. I can't find that she's wrong. I can't find error in her findings on that. That alone has, I think, a significant amount of weight. This is a public process, and a great number of the public has been here to provide feedback. So I'm not sure that I don't necessarily feel that we've missed an opportunity to hear feedback on this. So I'm just struggling with the idea that we need to wait for some wait for some process that hasn't been able to get done since 2007 before we can make a determination to say, okay, on this little spot adjacent to the Baker wetlands, we're going to pass on to the city and the county commission an opportunity to weigh in and say, yep, maybe there could be commercial development there. And if they all agree, then it goes on to then you start step 2, right? With the actual details that go into it. I just don't find a reason that we should wait for this other process to take that step.
Yeah, I agree.
I would agree with that too, as far as trying to look at this effort as a global effort to review. The recommendations come through, the zoning, thorough recommendations come through, and the current zoning, and this is the first step, or probably not the first step, but this is going to go along and create some opportunities for even more planning and opportunities for review and approval. And I think this is just the first step, that we need to honor that at this point.
Well, I think we will vote tonight. I'm not suggesting, well, no, hey, no, I'm not saying that. We will vote. We have talked on this group about sending messages to the county commissioners, about sending messages to the city council. I think we have an opportunity to say, as a step in this process, I think things need to be done differently. And they can say, well, Charlie Thomas, we're not going to do it. We're going to do something different. Well, that's fine. But I think to say, here's how I see what I would like to have happen, and that is come up with what we want as a community, let people fit into it. And if we're not going to do that, well, I'm not going to go home and set my house on fire.
We hope nobody's done that while you were gone.
For me, that this piece of property has brought out a reason to do things differently. I see other pieces of property that I don't think we need to do it differently, but this one seems to have touched a nerve, and were I the king of the world, I would do it a different way. So far, I'm not the king of the world, but I would like to see things changed. I want to see the sector plan updated. I'm not blaming anyone for that. I just think it should have been done. And if we as a planning committee need to take the lead and say, okay, guys, this is what we want to see happen, then maybe for the next planning committee, they will have something else to work with. But for me to throw up my hands and say, it's always been done like that, we have to do something, hey, c'est la vie. No.
Other comments? I would say in addition to the concerns I have about the process and doing large sector plan changes like this through this process rather than a staff-driven, more public input opportunities, I do think that this particular piece of land appears to be unique in the way that it connects to some natural resources that our community has, some connections for nature and mental health and things that we have become to understand as not that we haven't always thought them, but there's been a lot of movement of understanding the importance of some of these open spaces that we have and their importance in ways that maybe we hadn't considered them in decades past. And so I think it's important that when we think about how we're going to change a sector plan with these unique characteristics, in addition to the connection to a history and a culture and a heritage of peoples that should be thought of and respected as we work through the planning process. I would really like to see this particular chunk, because of its connections to those unique things, just have a little bit more community input. And so that's why I'm not convinced that the uses that have been presented for the overall comprehensive plan, or sector plan, sorry, are what are representative of the values that we've set forth in Plan 2040 and that our community has. I am not opposed to the development in the area, and believe I was in favor of some of this housing development that we're looking at here. But I think that there should be more thought in changing the overall sector plan. So for that, I'm going to vote against the comprehensive plan amendment. Others? Okay. Any further discussion?
I'd make a motion if you're interested.
I am.
Move approval of comprehensive plan amendment AMDT 25-0006 and forward to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval. There's a second motion, is that right?
It'd also be just a point where we'd be forwarding it to both the governing bodies. So it'd be the City Commission and the County Commission. And the second motion would be to authorize the chair and vice chair to sign the Planning Commission resolution associated to it.
Right. So did I get the first motion okay?
You missed one of the governing bodies.
You have to say county.
City Commission, oh, I'm just reading what you've got in the action record. Okay, City Commission and Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
I would just say that I'm going to vote in favor of this. I absolutely agree with the need to improve and update sector plans, and I really hope that that gets a priority. I truly do.
Other discussion? All of those in favor of the motion? All of those opposed? It looks like the motion passes. We have a second motion.
I would move that we approve and authorize the chair and vice chair to sign the Planning Commission Resolution AMDT 25-0006.
Is there a second? Did you get a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, motion passes. All right. With that, do we need to take a break before we move on to our next item? Or are we ready to move into the next item?
I'm good to go if you
Good to go. All right. We will go ahead and move into that. Drew, if you want to lead us through that.
Okay. Get this up a little bit. Okay, thank you, commissioners. My name is Drew Bilby. I'm a planner with the Planning Division. Hopefully these can go kind of quick. I know it's late. Everybody's kind of a little sleepy. So the first item is a text amendment. This is for short-term rental uses in the city of Lawrence. The gist of this text amendment is to temporarily allow non-owner occupied short-term rental uses in the R1 and R2 districts as an accessory use. This is basically come from with the FIFA World Cup coming next summer in Kansas City. Staff has noticed that there could be a need for some additional lodging. So this temporary text amendment could allow some flexibility for homeowners, property owners to potentially use their properties for a short-term rental. So this time window would be from May 25th, 2026 to July 31st, 2026, which is essentially the duration of time that the FIFA World Cup is in Kansas City. There is also a change to the owner-occupied short-term rental. This is reflective of staff's realization that the table in our code was incorrect. So essentially, if you look at it in the staff report, there is A's all the way across for non-owner occupied in those various zoning districts, but not in owner occupied. It would make sense that we want to bring those down there too. So you will see that change in a future cleanup text amendment that we're doing for the entire land development code. But this is just to help clarify during this process, hey, this is kind of where we're leaning. So the big change, as mentioned, is in the R1 and the R2 districts. Those would revert to not being an allowed accessory use after this text amendment is done. This does not change any of the rules and regulations on short-term rentals that are done through our building permitting department. Those all will remain the same throughout this process. So that's pretty much all I have, but I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Drew?
I actually thought this one was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm excited about the World Cup.
World Cup, World Cup,
I know.
World
Yeah.
Cup.
I thought it was a unique solution to a potential problem, so.
Yeah, and it showed us a mistake.
Yeah,
that we now know to
ironically.
I have a question. So Drew, what about like ag? Ag is not. This is just our categories, correct?
Correct, yes.
Not
This is
ag.
City of Lawrence zonings.
City limits. Yeah.
City.
Okay.
He's trying to make a buck.
I just want to understand.
Or he's worried about his neighbors.
Right. Or both.
Any more discussion on this? If not, I'll look for a motion.
It's a long one.
Shouldn't you ask if there's public comment?
Oh, sorry. Is there any public comment on this item? Is there anyone here tonight to speak to this item? Thank you, Commissioner Kelso. I appreciate that.
At least you're still awake.
No, there's it's fair. No, there's no one here to speak on this item tonight. So, and there's no one online. Does the commission have any more discussion on this? If not, I'll look for a motion.
If I get this wrong, please tell me. I move to approve the text amendment AMDT 25-0007 to Chapter 20, the Land Development Code of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, based on the findings presented in the staff report and forwarding the request to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
It's been motioned and second. Any further discussion? All of those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstention? All right, motion passes.
I move we adjourn.
And there is a motion on the table to adjourn.
There's one.
We have one more.
There's one more.
Yes, we do. We do have one more item, but I believe there's still a motion to, oh, did you want to adjourn before that? Were you making a motion to before the motion?
No.
Okay. I wasn't sure if that was intentional. I didn't know if you thought we needed a lot of time.
No.
Okay.
I just forgot.
Okay.
I'm ready to go home.
Then we will move to item number 7.
This one should be just as short. So this is consideration to initiate a comprehensive plan amendment for Plan 2040. This should be familiar to you. This was a planning commission mid-month update a few months ago that myself and Jeff gave you. Essentially what it is we're updating various sections with new statistics that we got from the 2020 census. Those graphs and tables, we're just essentially adding some new data to those, as well as fixing some languages that changed with the land development code. There's a lot of calls to old zoning codes like RS5 and those things, so we're going to change those to their applicable zoning districts now, as well as fixing, numerous broken links that happened when we moved over to enterprise permitting and licensing. So yeah, that's what this comprehensive plan amendment is for. You are considering initiating the comprehensive plan amendment. So again, pretty straightforward, but I'm here for questions if you have any.
Question. This does not include any substantive changes to.
Correct. Yeah, it's purely updating statistical tables to just include 2020 for various census like jobs, various demographic changes, and then links as well as references to old zoning districts that no longer exist.
And it's not instead of our usual annual review of the comp plan, which we will get.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We just noticed that over time, a lot of the stuff just needs to get a bit of a refresh. We have boards listed there that the city no longer has. We've got zoning districts that we're showing the door about 2020 that we've not updated. So it's just kind of getting that started so that we have a good slate to go through and start looking at it with those kind of revisions in mind. But we just want to get the groundwork done and get the little things off the plate quick on that.
This won't update like case, like uppercase, lowercase, that kind of stuff. Because there were some questions about that last.
That's the land development code. I
Oh,
think.
okay.
That's the comp plan has a little bit of its own nomenclature that we kind of stick to, so there's a little bit of that, but not really messing with the uppers or lowers on that one.
And then what will be the process for this? Like, as you're working through this, will there be opportunities for the Planning Commission to hear about this at mid-month to review some drafts? It's my understanding that they're all going to be mostly typographical and getting rid of some information, but just seeing what kinds of changes are being made, typos versus substantive stuff.
Yeah, so what we have done right now is we have essentially like a track changes document of the Plan 2040. So what we've done, it has a big list of essentially what we've changed, deleted this graphic, replaced with this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so essentially when that's ready, we'll probably either just put it in an agenda or a mid-month meeting for you to review.
Okay. It would be possible for us to look at it at a mid-month meeting before it gets put on the agenda for full discussion. Is it discussion? Or in the process, through the process of it, be.
That's a really good idea.
Yep, you can always put it on a mid-month and get it ready for that one. It's not going to probably be the most exhilarating mid-month, but it'll definitely show you the changes and do that. And I don't think anybody's left from when we did the first ones. The document has an inherent redlining ability built into it, and so what it does is it compares itself against its previous self, and so you'll see it side by side as it goes through the document. So it's very much on, you just look at the same page and see what's going through. So it's kind of a very quick read on it, but it does show you what's going on. And sometimes when you go down a line on accident, it remembers that you weren't on that same line. And so you'll see it and it'll say a change, and then there won't be a change in there because software doesn't like that sometimes. But you'll get to see a page-by-page red line that'll come out of it as we go through the process.
That's great. Sometimes it's just hard to read those, like especially, and then you have questions that aren't real substantive questions. You're just trying to make sure you didn't miss that kind of stuff, and so it'd just be nice to be involved in the process instead of just on the agenda.
Yep, sure.
Are there any other questions for Drew? Is there any public comment on this item here this evening? Anyone online? No. Okay. So bringing it back, I would look for a motion.
I'll go.
I think Commissioner. Yeah. So
Go ahead.
Commissioner Eldridge.
Go ahead, Commissioner Eldridge. Go ahead.
Oh, I just move that we initiate the changes that have been outlined in the staff report. Thank you.
Good job.
Second.
All those, if any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. I will now look. Yes. You're on.
I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Nice job
All right,
tonight.
we're adjourned.
Thank you for a great meeting.
Thank you. That was fun. It was a good conversation. Thank you.
Houses.